Hello, everybody, and welcome to Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We are live here at Legends Tampines, where we will have an afternoon and an evening full of fights between some of the best and some of the most inspiring and aspiring boxers in the Singapore boxing scene. I am Iman Abdul Ghani, and joining me today on the hot desk is none other than our resident boxing nerd, Brian. Brian, how are you doing, my buddy?
Oh, pretty good. Looking forward to today's roster of fights. Yep. Some good names over here, some repeat names from the last few events, so we're excited to see everybody's growth in our event.
So now this is the fourth edition of Legends Sparring Invitational. Brian, can you tell the viewers, what can we expect up in the coming 25 bouts that we have right now?
Okay, so the way we've matched this is, there will be fighters of different varying experience levels, and what we're doing is to basically match them with people of the same experience level, so that some people will be more experienced than others, but they should be matched up pretty good. That's how you get good fights. When people are kind of evenly matched, and every fight is 50-50.
Is there any fights that you are looking forward to as we go through the fight schedule for this afternoon?
I'm especially interested to see the repeat names, people like Suti and Christian, just to see their growth as we continue going. And also one of the members of the Legends fight team, Lee Kai, about 16, that should be pretty good also.
Now, as we prep for the first fight of the afternoon, we want to go through the rules of Legends Fighting Invitational. Now, there will be three-minute rounds, 60 seconds rest between rounds, and if a boxer gets a standing 8 count 3 times in a row, the bout is stopped. Well, the referee in the middle will also have the power to stop the fight if he deems that either one of the fighters is unable to continue. Of course, in the middle of the ring, we have the one and only Muhammad, the chosen one, Ridwan. He's a pro boxer, 3-time SEA Games bronze medalist, former IBO Intercontinental Featherweight Champion, former IBO International Super Featherweight Champion, former UBO Super Featherweight Champion, former WBA Asia Super Featherweight Champion. He's a lot of formers, he has a lot of belts, he has a lot of experience. He is the main coach, the head coach of Legends Fight Sports, and he's already in the middle of the ring. Both our fighters are already in the middle of the ring. The first bout of Legends Sparring Invitational 4. In the red corner, we have Radin Nora Fandi, and in the blue corner, we have Andy Firman, both representing Legends Fight Sports. Without further ado, we're waiting for the countdown right before the start of the first fight of Legends Sparring Invitational 4. Oh, that's the brand new ring and a brand new bell ringer that we have. Brian, what are we looking at? What are we looking for here in the first bout?
Alright, so as we can see, both fighters starting up pretty fast. Now, this is the Southpaw versus Orthodox matchup at first. Again, so what you want to look for is the lead foot battle. Who gets the outside foot better will be able to land their cross and their left hook.
Now, both these guys, this isn't their first time fighting in Legends Sparring Invitational. They have experience in the ring already, and they're throwing already.
Well, yeah, not much of a feeling out process, but they're still over there. I'm liking the double jab from Radin. I've actually drilled Radin a few times. Very fast stick boxer.
For the boxers,
now Andy is trying to rough him up on the corner. Radin needs to get out from the ring. See, he's hitting the straight line also.
He's hitting a lot of punches, and that's the first standing 8 count of this afternoon.
And here we go. I want to invite the viewers to look at the lead foot battle again. See, whoever puts their lead foot outside the opponents will easier set up their cross. If your lead foot is inside, it makes your jab because of your lead shoulder nearer to your opponent. So it depends on what you want to throw and how you get there. Very nice pull back counter from Radin. Watch. If you see, Andy is trying to basically see what Radin throws first, and then pick his single shots. Very good form from Radin on the right cross. You notice he's just snapping it out there, not loading up. He's also not reaching too far for the cross. Like if your punch is not reaching the opponent, don't reach, just step closer. Good job by Radin to sort of get his back away from the ropes also. Notice that he chose a hook cross. The hook is not meant to land, but sort of just clear the opponent's hand out of the way so that your cross can land on his head. Yep. Very nice feint from very nice feint from Radin. Oh, but very nice pull counter. That's nice pull counter. You notice Radin is jabbing, whereas Andy is not. So it's allowing him to sort of dictate the rhythm. Like if like Andy, right, you just stay still and you don't do anything until you burst, then your bursts become more predictable, no matter how fast you are.
Both fighters actually look really comfortable in the ring.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Both very experienced. Radin's defense is okay, but he needs to sort of like, keep his hands up when he's moving away, because he keeps getting caught as he's back there pedaling.
Last 10 seconds of the first round of the fight between Radin Norafandi in the red corner and Andy Firman in the blue corner. And that's the end of the first round of the fight. Brian, so far so good on both sides. Both fighters having moments in the ring.
Yep. Now, if you would, although we don't at the Sparring Invitational, we don't really score the bouts, but if you want to look at it from both perspectives, right? On an amateur perspective, Radin probably won that because of just more punches. But if you look at it from like professional boxing rules, then you would have to give it to Andy because of the 8 count. So in amateur boxing, like overall activity is scored better, or is prioritized in the scoring, and in pro boxing, it's just damage.
Well, both fighters now have 30 seconds in between rounds to catch their breath, have a drink of water, and talk to their cornerman before we start round 2. This is Legends Sparring Invitational 4. And round 2 gets underway between Radin Norafandi in the red corner and Andy Firman in the blue corner. This bout is brought to you by Personal Nutrition Solutions, your one-stop solution to your daily nutrition needs. DM now on Instagram at Personal Nutrition Solution, or get in touch via email at personalnutritionsolution@gmail.com.
And another standing 8 count. Yep. And he's doing a pretty good job of sort of disguising his shots. Like he'll lean in one direction and then sort of throw from the other side. Yep. Yep. Radin's having more success when he's jabbing. When he's jabbing, he can control the action and sort of like prevent or control those bursts from Andy. Although now he's a little bit behind in this round, sort of needs to go and make up for lost ground. Radin does.
One thing I have to say, these two fighters in the ring, the pace has not let up since the first rung of the bell. Really good technique by both of them. It's really nice to see.
Yep. Yep. And another standing 8 count. Radin's defense and everything is alright, but he's sort of getting overwhelmed whenever Andy starts to burst like this.
What does he need to do then, Brian?
At this point, he needs to control the pace a bit better. You notice this isn't happening, right, when he's consistently jabbing. Like you see, for an opponent like Andy, right, an explosive counter puncher who counters in combinations, what you want to do with somebody like this is sort of draw out the counters. Like just jab, draw out the counters, make them miss with the initial burst first, then you punish it. It's like fighting a boss in Elden Ring.
You would know all about that.
Yeah, so you see, you want to jab first, draw out the counter. What you want to do to a counter puncher is sort of overload his computer a little bit. Like he's waiting for you to do something, so give him lots of looks. You see, again, Radin has to hands up when he's retreating in the straight line like this. If not, he's an easy target. Yep. And he also has to stop getting caught against ropes like this. Whenever, yeah. Andy is pretty good at sensing the opportunities for when he should start to flurry.
He's at the risk of the fight getting stopped right now, Radin. He already has 2 standing 8 counts in this round alone.
Yep. He's actually a little bit tired, but he's doing a good job of hiding it. Usually when you want to see if a fighter is getting tired, right, don't look at whether they're breathing hard or not. Look at their feet.
Last 10 seconds of round 2. You're watching bout number 1.
Yeah, he needs to move. He needs to move. You cannot not look at your opponent like this.
And that is the end of round number 2. We are here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4, live from Legends Fight Sport Tampines. You're watching the fight between Radin Norafandi in the red corner and Andy Firman in the blue corner. And I have to say, Andy has surely stepped it up in the second round. Radim getting 2 standing 8 counts. What do you think Radim needs to do, in the third round to at least catch up to Andy?
Definitely, in order to sort of get himself back in this fight, he needs to again start controlling the fight a little bit more. Like you notice when he's jabbing consistently, that sort of puts Andy a bit, makes him Andy a bit unsure on when to explode. Yep. His defense is fine when he's in the pocket, but when he's retreating, he's very open because he retreats in a straight line. And the balance suffers a little bit because of that also. He also needs to have a bit more ring awareness, like know when his back is close to the ropes and pivot out.
Let's see if Radim can do all that. Round 3, the first bout, Legends Sparring Invitational 4 gets underway. Radim starting out stronger this round. Seems like there is a sense of urgency from his part after those 2 standing 8 counts in the second round for him.
Oh, very nice from Radin. Notice he puts his weight on his left leg and then he sort of like goes back to his right, but then he throws his right hand. So like it seems like he's moving out of his stance, but actually he's just loading the right hand with that. Yep, you see, at moments like this, yes, he needs to jab like this to sort of throw Andy's timing off. Andy is looking for like another chance to explode the combination, like so.
Yeah, Radin needs to get out.
Yep. This is actually a really interesting fight. If you look at their form and their technique and everything overall, Radin is probably the slightly more polished boxer, but Andy is using his pace and his aggression to sort of like overwhelm Radin's like boxing sensibilities. So sometimes it's not about being the better boxer, but it's about boxing better. You see, very nice from that. You see, Andy uses his rear hand to sort of just pose, and then he attacks with his right hook. He's loading up a lot, but he's loading up at the right chances.
And that is the 4th standing 8 count that Radin is encountering in this fight. To be honest, it's not as one-sided as the not standing 8 count numbers is right now. It's actually quite a close fight, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. In general, the standing 8 count is not really to sort of indicate damage or winning, but more just to give the other boxer a chance to reset when something is getting too one-sided. So that happens a lot in amateur boxing as well. Yeah, very nice. Slip the southpaw left cross, and then uppercut to the body. Very nice counter from Radin. Actually, notice Andy is slowing down a little bit also.
Yeah, he seems to be waiting for the punches more now than actually initiating them. This is a really good effort from both fighters.
Yeah, and a very high level fight already from the get-go.
Worthy of being the first bout of today.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, good pace, a lot of good punches landed by both.
If this is a taste of what's to come, we're in for a treat, aren't we?
Oh yeah, very nice from Radin. You see again, slip the southpaw left cross and then uppercut to the body.
Last 10 seconds of the fight. This is bout number 1 of Legends Sparring Invitational.
And again, very nice.
Radin ending it really strong. That great effort from both fighters. You can hear the applause all around. It was a really close fight. Kudos to both fighters.
Yeah, that was a good fight, good pace, good action.
All right, both fighters are already in the ring now as we prepare for the second fight at Legends Sparring Invitational. We have Satvinder Singh in the red corner and Jeremy Ng in the blue corner. This fight is at 70 kg. And here we go.
Alright, now the interesting part about this matchup to see is basically the shorter and taller boxer. So like we mentioned in earlier Legend Sparring Invitationals, right? Being taller or shorter is not necessarily an advantage. It's more of if you are taller, there's a certain way to fight. And oh, you see, he's hurt already. But yes, that's the thing. If you're a tall guy, you have the tendency to sort of lean backwards because you can sort of that insulates you from the attacks of a shorter opponent. The problem is that certain punches or certain steps, certain like shifts can sort of let the shorter fighter reach you over there.
Well, just a reminder, this bout is brought to you by Deep Cuts, the one-stop grooming den. Visit deepcuts.sg or follow deepcuts.singapore on Instagram for the ultimate grooming experience.
So let's see Jeremy try to set his range while Samudra tries to get inside his jab. Jeremy on his bike now after getting hit a lot initially. Samudra going to the body a lot earlier already. Against a taller fighter, the body is more open because the guy's torso is longer. So it's a very natural target.
Also, body shots are really, really understated in boxing.
Oh, definitely. Like I think just for our viewers who don't spar a lot, one of the things that you'll notice quickly when that happens, right, is that getting punched to the face doesn't really hurt. It stuns you, but it's not painful. Whereas every shot to the body is horrific.
And it's also an investment because it takes away at the stamina of your opponent, doesn't it?
Oh yes, that's right. Like, imagine trying to run your 2.4 after somebody hits you in the stomach with a medicine ball a lot. Jeremy has an instinct to sort of like brawl back whenever Satvinder gets inside his range. The problem is that as a taller fighter, you don't want to brawl. You want to box on the outside. And he's hurt again. I think he'll get 8 counted soon. You see, his feet are a little bit shaky already, actually.
Satvinder, the aggressor here. This is a really good example of how a shorter fighter should fight a taller fighter.
Yep, that's right. What you don't want to do is box with them on their range. You want to get inside. You see, when Satvinder is not attacking, he's outside of Jeremy's range, and when he's attacking, he goes all the way inside. So all the way out or all the way in. Don't stand at the end of their punches.
Satvinder is really aggressive in the opening rounds. Let's hope he can keep up this pace. There's still 2 more rounds to go after this.
Yeah, and he's consistently going to the body also, which I like.
He's cutting off the ring for Jeremy, and Jeremy seems to have a really hard time backpedaling.
Yep, that's right. You notice this is the correct way to pressure somebody. Instead of going after them in a straight line, mirror their motions. If they step to your left, you step to your left. Mirror them, and then the space in the ring gets smaller and smaller. So you see, he's not walking towards him, but he's cutting off his right side so that there's no right side to escape to.
Big swings by Satvinder there.
I wish he would jab a little bit on his way in to set up the big swings. But overall, he's the faster fighter also, and that's getting him inside Jeremy's range. Jeremy is backpedaling out, but he needs to set the range a bit.
End of round number 1 of Bout 2 here at Legend Sparring Invitational. You are watching the fight between Satvinder Singh of Legends Fight Sport in the red corner and Jeremy Ng in the blue corner. Jeremy is an independent fighter, which means he's not representing any gyms at all. That is the beauty of Legends Sparring Invitational. You don't have to represent a gym. As long as you're willing to get into the ring, try out your boxing skills. This is a great opportunity, a great platform set up by Legends Fight Sport for you to do so. Brian, that was quite a one-sided round. Satvinder pushing the pace. Jeremy seems a bit lost.
Yeah, Jeremy as the taller fighter, right? What he needs to do is to establish a distance, and what jabs do is jabs enforce the distance. It's a low effort punch, but it sort of like it controls the fight to be at a certain range at a certain pace. So he wants Satvinder to be at the range where he can reach Satvinder, but Satvinder cannot reach him.
Well, let's see if his fortune changes here in round number 2.
Jeremy is letting himself get backed into the corner a little bit also. Like you see, when Savida advances, he just gives ground. Sometimes what you do is, if you don't want to give ground against a pressure fighter, when they come forward, don't step back, just jab them.
Savinda is also doing a good job of avoiding those punches. Really good hit movement from him.
Yeah, that's right. His defense at a distance is pretty good. Like he's aware of the danger that he's facing.
This could be trouble here for Jeremy. He is eating a lot of punches.
Yeah, you notice he's not trying to punch back already, even though there are openings.
And that is a standing 8 count for Jeremy Ng in the blue corner. He is the one in the white top. He needs to reply, and he needs to reply soon, because Savinda is just overpowering him right now.
Yeah, there are several instances where, like, you know, Savina can sort of relax and rest, even though he's keeping up a pretty good pace, because Jeremy is not punishing him for those moments.
He's eating more punches. This is the second 8 count within seconds. One more, and Muhammad, the chosen one, Radin, might actually stop the fight.
Yeah, I don't think Jeremy can do it really.
And that is the end of bout number 2. The referee in the middle of the ring calls a stop to the sparring. Really a dominant and a great showing by Savinda Singh of Legends Fight Sport. Jeremy has to go back to the drawing board and, you know, work on a few stuff. But that's the beauty of Legends Sparring Invitational. No winners, no losers, you know. It's just about showing your skills, showing what you've been training on for the last few months, stepping into the ring, and if it doesn't work out, you can always go back to the gym and work on those things.
Yep, and it's a good learning experience also. If you never face a boxer like the one that you've just faced, then you know that. Then now you know what to do with somebody who does that to you. Like, training can be a little bit tedious sometimes, but you know it's always a lot more fun when you're working towards a specific outcome.
Classic gentleman haircuts and immaculately tailored suits. What more can you ask for? Head over to Deep Cuts for the ultimate grooming experience from head to toe. Deep Cuts, the one-stop grooming den. Visit deepcuts.sg or follow at deepcuts.sg. On Instagram, that's deepcut.sg for all your gentleman fix. Well, we've had 2 really great fights so far here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We prepare for the 3rd one, and this is the first of our ladies bout here today. We have in the red corner Paige representing Legends Fight Sports, and in the blue corner Sophia Iliya representing Spartans Bukit Timah. Legends Sparring Invitational has always brought out the best in women's boxing, and we are definitely in for another treat here between these 2 fighters. So bout number 3 gets underway. We are watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4 in the red corner Paige and in the blue corner Sophia Iliya.
Yeah, Chinin already looks like, you know, she has some good ideas of what she's trying to do. Like, those are already three separate combos.
Sophia landed a really good body shot there. Seems to have stunned Chin Yin a bit.
Very nice, tripling up on the right hand. When you want to do the same side punches like this, the trick is to just make sure that you're balanced, so that, you know, throwing the first one doesn't stop you from throwing the second one. Chinin trying to enforce a distance with her jab. You notice a lot of her combos are beating off her jab. The jab to the body and then across to the head. Yeah. Sophia's balance is suffering a little bit. One of the dangers of Chinin's style is that, you know, she's kind of like throwing herself off balance with some of the punches that she's reaching for. So it extends her reach, but it compromises her defense on the way out. So it's a calculated risk, you know, but you got to see when you can get away with it. Ideally, you don't want to take the risk at all. There you see. Like, she'll land that long overhand, but on the way out, then she's a bit not balanced. So if that's an opening that Sophia can punish if she seizes on that moment. Sophia's sort of squaring up her stance once they get into the pocket, so that's making it more difficult for her to throw certain punches. So in this fight, you can see Chin-Yin is one who's consistently trying to go to the body. Body shots are not a magical thing. Like, even though they hurt, right? But you got to keep throwing them for them to start adding up.
Investments in the long run as the rounds go by.
Yep. The good thing is that it's like it's incremental. The second body shot hurts worse than the first, and the third hurts worse than the second. A little bit low on that left hook to the body. Yeah, Chin-Yin mostly controlling the action. You notice she's the one jabbing, and therefore she's the one controlling the action. Sophia's pocket defense is suffering a little bit. You notice, like, when she's at range, right, she can keep her hands up and pick off the shots. Once she steps into the pocket, she squares up her stance a little bit, and then she's a lot more open because of that.
For both ladies, landing punches. That was a really good round for both fighters. You're watching bout number 3 here at Legend Sparring Invitational. Paige Chin-Yin in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sports, and Sophia Iliya in the blue corner representing Spartans Bukit Timah. Brian, it was quite a close round, but Sophia landed the heavier shots between the two. What do you think Chin-Yin will need to do in the second round to counter those?
I would say Sophia landed the heavier shots, but Chin-Yin probably landed more. So by amateur rules, Chin-Yin probably got the better of her in that one. I would say they are both pretty much fighting the correct fight, but Sophia sort of needs to not square up her stance when she enters the pocket like that. And Chin-Yin sort of needs to stop reaching for some of those longer overhand rights. Like, they're landing, but she's putting herself in a position to be countered after that happens. So things she can do is, like, step in first with a jab first, or you can jab and then step in again and then throw your right hand. Basically, boxing is about taking all the disparate pieces of moves that you learn and just sort of chaining them together in a way that makes sense.
Round 2
very,
underway.
very nice from Chin-Yin. Notice changing both angles and levels and in the attack. Very nice flurry. You see? She attacks the body twice and then she jabs on the way out, just as Sophia's trying to counter.
Chin-Yin landing. She's not backing down for sure from Sophia. Sophia's trying to dictate the pace right now.
Yeah. This pocket boxing from Sophia is really good. She kind of just needs to exit properly. Oh, but very nice, you see? When she's kind of fixing that problem already. When she reaches for the punch, she steps into southpaw to sort of compensate for the loss of balance.
Chin-Yin seems to have slowed down a little bit, but she's not backing down. She's still pushing forward, even though she's eating punches from Sophia. Great heart by Chin-Yin.
Yeah. Chin-Yin's pressing forward, but she's a little bit lacking of ideas. So, like, that split second of thinking what to do is where Sophia is punishing her. Yeah. She's a bit unaware of her distance also. She's jabbing when she's out of range, things like that. But yeah, Sophia cannot stay like that. I think she's a little bit tired already. Her in and out movement is not as good.
She might have gone a little too aggressive when she started landing all those heavy shots.
Yeah, that very nice sequence at the start, that's really tiring to do.
She's still landing, she's still punching the body.
Very nice combo. Very nice combo. 1-2 and then 2 body shots. That's very nice on her. That's called a Fitzsimmons shift. A Fitzsimmons shift is when you throw your 1-2 and then you step in the southpaw to let your left hand go. Yep. Notice Chin-Yin's hands are starting to drop down already because of the consistent body punishment.
And when your body drops, when your hands drop to your body, that's when your face opens up.
Yep. You go for the body, it opens up the head. And you go for the head, it opens up the body. And vice versa. Just keep mixing it up. Yep. Sophia's slowing down a little bit already, but she's still being fairly consistent in the body, like the body work. I think she came into this fight, knowing exactly what she wanted to do. And just like stubbornly sticking to it. And she's doing a great job. Those 3 left hooks in a row. Very nice.
A lot of heart being shown here. Both girls look really, really tired already. but they have not stopped throwing hands. Really good effort by both of them as we head into the last few moments of round number 2.
Sophia's still getting the better of it, but you know.
What a great round by both the ladies in the ring. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational, bout number 3 between Paige and Yin in the red corner and also Sophia Iliya in the blue corner. Sophia started the round with an exclamation mark and ended it with an exclamation mark also. Chen Yin has some catching up to do in the third round. She has good advice from her corner. It could also be just surviving the next round, as both girls already look tired in the second round.
Yeah, a lot of times when when you're tired like this, right? So the thing is, well, you can't stop, right? So it's a matter of just going back to your basics and just operating at like a 70% capacity. You still do the same things, right? You still jab, you still move, you do all the things you're supposed to do, but just expend less energy in them. So it's a matter of whose basics are stronger and who can lean on them when the gas tank's starting to fail.
Bout 3, round number 3 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4 between the Paige and Yin in the red corner and Sophia Iliya in the blue corner.
Very nice from Sophia. You see, like her first shot of the round already, she sort of dips down to make you think that she's going to the body, and she shows the right cross up top. Very nice. You can see she uses the left hook to sort of clear the way for her cross.
Sophia starting the round aggressive yet again.
Yep, so she just needs to keep this up for the rest of the round. See, very consistent body work. This is a really good showing actually from Sophia. I'm really impressed. Like there are some issues with like balance and distance, but overall this is a very smart fight. So you see, because of the investment in the body work, now when Sophia is resting, then Chen Yin cannot punish her because she herself is too tired.
That was a straight right there that Chen Yin eat. And Mohammed, the chosen one, red one, has given her a standing 8 count. Both fighters seems okay to continue. Chen Yin really needs to reply. She's hanging in there, but she needs to throw a little bit more. Because right now Sophia is dominating the ring. Sophia's not letting up like she did in the second round. She's still pushing the pace.
Yep, you notice Sophia is pretty much doing the same thing, the same game plan, just a little bit slower. So this shows you, right, she has the right idea about what she's trying to do in this fight. Consistent body work and mixing up your levels for the attacks. Some high, some low, then just interchange. Like a fight is a really, really stressful and tiring event. So sometimes what you can do to sort of mitigate that, you just tell yourself, okay, no matter what I'm feeling, no matter what the opponent does, I will just do these 2-3 things again and again and again. So even though I'm tired, I will do these 3 things. You see when Chen Yin steps in, right, she compromises her stance, so that makes her very open. Now you see now, her stance is fine. Right? And then when she steps in, then you notice like her feet become parallel to each other. Yep, just like that, you see. Now that makes you really open both to the body and to the head. See now, yeah. You see now her feet are really square, they're next to each other instead of one in front, one behind. So you see, when you go to a boxing gym, right, and the coach makes you step in your stance, it seems boring, but this shows you how that's important. Look at her feet.
And that is the end of the fight between Paige and Yin and Sophia Iliya. That was quite an impressive showing by Sophia, but I have to say Chen Yin did quite well to hang in there.
Oh yeah, that's right. To eat that many body shots and still continue coming forward is something that to be admired as well.
We are watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We are preparing for fight number 4 coming up. Do stay with us right after this break. Welcome back, boxing fans, and thanks for staying with us. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational as we prepare for bout number 4. In the red corner, we have Russell Medina representing Legends Fight Sport, and in the blue, we have Francesco Chen representing Elite Coach Sports Academy. Bout number 4, here we go.
Alright, so yet again, we see the Southpaw Orthodox matchup. Let's look for the lead foot battle. When your lead foot is outside, it opens up your cross. I see, just like so, from blue corner. When your lead foot is outside, it opens up your cross and hook. When your lead foot is inside, it puts your jab closer to the opponent's face. So think about what you want to do, and then where to place your lead foot, respectively. A little bit janky from Francesco, but he has he has a clear idea of what he's trying to do. Russell a little bit plodding with the footwork. I would like to see him, jab his way in. Clearly loading up for that right hand already. Oh, and again, and it was a good right hand.
That was a really good right hand by Russell.
This is broke. He broke his rhythm a little bit. Like he step, go. Instead of step, go, you like step, go. So it's not about being faster. It's about breaking your rhythm so that it's unpredictable.
Francesco's ready to go right back at it. Let's see what he has in the form of a reply. And this is quite a reply by Francesco there. A really good exchange there from him.
Yep. You can see that at distance, Russell is the one that's more comfortable. And in brawling like this, Francesco is the faster and more aggressive fighter. So the thing is, you want to know what kind of fighter you are, you want to know what kind of fighter your opponent is, and then you set the fight in the distance that you want
and
it to.
That was quite a reply there.
Yeah.
Standing 8 count for Russell this time around. Francesco replying his own 8 count just now. We have a really good fight on our hands.
Oh yeah, definitely. So you see, the one is better at distance and one is better in the pocket like this. So it's up to each fighter to enforce their preferred distance so they can fight their preferred fight.
Well, both fighters have eaten a big punch each. Let's see how they cope for the rest of the rounds.
Oh, very nice uppercut from Francesco. Yep, and the right hand again. At the distance, right, he's the faster fighter, so Russell's having a bit of problem predicting the rear hand from Francesco. Let's see again. Notice the lead foot. Whoever lead foot is outside, right, lands their cross easier.
Francesco seems to have slowed down a little bit after eating that big punch.
Now he's consistently going to Russell's body. It's having a visible effect, so positive reinforcement. Ending strong from Francesco after being the first one to eat a big punch.
That was the end of round 1 of the fight between Russell Medina in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Francesco Chen in the blue corner representing Elite Coach Sports Academy. I think that's the first time in Legends Sparring Invitational history that we actually had 2 standing 8 counts, 1 each for each fighters in a single round. Both these guys could really throw a strong punch, it seems. What do you think both of them need to change in the second round to actually assert dominance?
I think they are both very comfortable at their respective distances. What they need to do is just enforce the distance a lot more. Rather than, if you're good in the pocket, then enforce that, keep getting into the pocket. Whereas if you're good at range, enforce that range. You want the fight to be at a place where you are comfortable and your opponent is not. Sometimes, you take one round to learn where your opponent is comfortable and where he's not.
Round number 2 gets underway. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4. This is the fight between Russell Medina in the red corner and Francesco Chen in the blue corner.
Yeah, you see when they're at the pocket, right, Russell's quite uncomfortable. He's compromising his stance also. And his balance suffering quite a bit. So at distance, he has sort of better ideas of what to throw, what to set up with. So just like the first fight, right? It's about overwhelming your opponent sometimes. You don't need to be the better boxer. Sometimes you can just crowd them. You see, from distance, right? Then Russell lands that nice right hand again with his lead foot outside. So you watch the lead hook battle and what punches they're trying to throw. Russell's loading up a little bit on that right hand. You see, now he's getting punished for it.
Oh, Russell rushing in there, not a good idea, mate.
Yeah. He's not getting hurt that bad at first, but you know, his balance is suffering a lot. When you're not in your stance, when you're not balanced, then normal shots hurt a lot more.
Francesco inserting his dominance here, asserting his dominance here.
Yeah, he's starting to sort of like get where Russell is uncomfortable and is consistently punishing him at that distance.
Russell needs to find an answer soon.
Yeah, I wish he would go back to jabbing a little bit more. His jab is what sets up his successful punches. But you see, Francesco wants to go in, right? Russell needs to jab to prevent him from going in, to keep the fight at far range where he is comfortable. You see, the first jab he's thrown in quite a while, and you know he landed quite solidly. He needs to enforce the distance with that jab. Like, don't worry about punching hard, just jab. Yeah, he's a bit too worried about punching hard. You see, he sort of like takes himself out of his stance by winging it like that. You notice when Russell tries to punch hard, right, then he sort of breaks his balance, breaks his stance. Whereas when Francesco is punching hard, it's consistent.
He's loading up, Russell.
Yep. It's one thing to load the punches, but you know, your balance cannot suffer because of that. Yep, you see in a pocket like this, Francesco is way faster.
Russell's in trouble here.
Yeah,
Francesco
sort of
pushing
jogging
the
away
pace.
already. Yeah, he's gonna get A counted pretty soon. Yep. This rhythm and this pace also seems to suit Francesco more than it suits Russell. Yeah, notice his, Russell's like jab is not in time with his lead foot already, so he's not stepping the jabs properly.
Last few moments of round number 2 here. And that is the end of the round. Francesco really pushing the pace and proving that he is the more superior fighter in that round. Russell really needs to find a solution to get out of the pocket and stop Francesco from landing those fury of punches that he has been landing. What do you think Russell needs to do? He seems to be gassed out right now.
Yeah, it's one thing about boxing being tiring. It's also very tiring to get hit a lot like that. Yeah, it's a stress also, right? You know, being put in a compromised position like this, it's very tiring.
Well, that's why these fighters join Legends Sparring Invitational, is to test out themselves in the deep waters, isn't it?
Yep, that's right. You know, it's a safe environment for you to try out everything, and you know, test your skills against an opponent you've never seen before. It also tests your brain, you know, to see like how much information can you download, what can you tell about the other fighter.
Round 3 of bout number 4 here, Legends Sparring Invitational. We have in the red corner Russell Modena and in the blue corner Francesco Chien.
Yeah, Russell really needs to use the jab to establish that distance already. You see, now he's just letting Francesco come in and hit him.
Russell eating that left hook, and straight away Muhammad the Chosen One Radin has given him a standing 8 count. He seems okay to continue, but Francesco is not letting up. He smells blood in the water and he wants to finish this off, it seems like it.
Yeah. I'm quite impressed by Francesco's, it's pretty basic, but he does have an ability to punch like while moving backwards.
And to think that he was the one who ate the first big shot of the fight that stumbled him in the first round.
In fact, that was a pretty hard shot that he ate also.
He seems to have recovered from it.
Yeah, because of Russell's exhaustion, so like his shots no longer have the same pop on them anymore. Russell has success when he's at distance. When they're brawling like this, Francesco is way faster and way better. Yeah, very nice. You see Francesco is punching while moving backwards. And he's sort of like cutting an angle as he escapes also. That's pretty good.
There's a sense of urgency for Russell here, but he must not risk himself too much, because Francesco really has that power, that one punch power to stagger him.
Yeah, Russell's loading up a lot. Yeah, because he's really tired.
He has to get out of the pocket.
Yeah. Plus he needs to stop worrying about punching too hard also. So, just jab, just punch normally. Like you notice, right, a lot of times when you hurt an opponent, it's not because you were punching as hard as you can, it's just because you were punching correctly. he's in jabbing range now. He really needs to get the jab going again. He has success when he sets his punches up from the jab. When they are just like this, then because Francesco is winning the lead foot battle, so Francesco's cross lands very easily. Yeah, you see Russell's punches are really laboured already. He's like, his body is following his jab. Very nice uppercut from Francesco.
To his credit, Russell is still moving forward.
Yeah, he's still trying. Definitely. I wish he would try with different stuff. Again, you see, when your lead foot is outside, then the cross lands easily. And Russell is in full survival mode now already. Very nice uppercut to the body.
Seems to have taken a breather and then started attacking again with a good body shot there.
A little bit of holding and hitting over there.
And that is the end of bout number 4 here at Legend Sparring Invitational 4. What a great fight between Russell Medina and also Francesco Chin. Both fighters really gave it them all.
Yep, both of them never stopped trying at each moment.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, daughter had fun on Yagi, her brain fried. My lady poppin' Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? Yog in my area, keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소신껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, Kelly에서 New York 구름 위로 hop on, drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 무늬원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 짧은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, don't cash flow.
Welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 4. Thanks for joining us. This is bout number 5. Here we have Sergey Potapenko representing Legends Fight Sport in the red corner, and also Mundo Merlin Cesar in the blue corner representing Spartans Downtown East. Both fighters are in the ring. Both fighters are ready. This is bout number 5.
Alright, Sergey coming out aggressive already. Mundo sort of looking to measure him, posting with his lead hand. Yep. Both appearing a little tense at first. I think Sergey has the right idea also. Pretty like fairly safe attacks. Just to sort of see what kind of responses he can get from Mundo.
Filling out process is quite important.
Yep. A lot of times people mistake the feeling out process as just nothing happening. Actually, you can just jab and then step back and see what the opponent does. Look at what habits that he does out of reflex, and then those are the habits that you try and punish. Or, look at what sort of fight he prefers. Does he like to fight in the pocket? Does he throw combinations? Is he like an outside jabber? Sergey fighting a very Soviet kind of stance, very, very bladed stance. The further you put your shoulder forward, it makes your jab closer to the opponent's face at the expense of making it harder for you to throw a right hand.
And those jabs have been landing.
Oh yeah, I really like how he's doubling up on the jabs.
He's also feinting, which is something that seems to be unsettling for Mundo.
That's right. A lot of times when you throw a double jab, right, not both jabs need to be really hard. Sometimes the first one can sort of just flick it out there. You see, this is what he's doing now. Flicking his left hand out there, just so it's not clear when he's going to actually throw the jab.
Almost like a fake.
Yep, and he's the one controlling the action. They are both landing a little bit. They are both throwing punches, but in general, Sergey has the better of it because of that nice jab.
Sergey also looks more comfortable right now in the ring.
Yep.
Mundo's fighting on the back foot.
Yeah, Sergey has a better grasp of the distance. You see, he's leaning back just out of range. and he's sort of like getting a good feel for where he can land his, when can he land his jab in terms of range, like how far away he needs to be, the rhythm that he's setting. You see, he fakes upstairs and goes down, and then jabs again on the break. Very nice jab work from Sergey. You see, in amateur boxing, right, it's perfectly fine to win a fight like this. Like, you don't need to worry about throwing too many combinations, throwing too hard. If you can win with a jab, go ahead and win with that jab. Very nice again. He split his timing with that. In boxing, when you hear people say split the timing, it means that when your opponent is stepping halfway, punching halfway, and you interrupt it with a jab. You know this because of that great jab, right? Mundo is having problems like getting his combinations off.
Sergey is also mixing up the jabs. It's not only to the face but also to the body as well.
That's right, and he's faking when he does it also. Fake up high, go low, fake low, go high, doubling up the jab. Yep, good sense of distance also in his defense. Wish the footwork was a little bit better, but in general he's quite aware of how far away he is. Yep. See, the jab is setting everything up.
And that is the end of round number 1 here at Legend Sparring Invitational, bout number 5 between Sergey Potapenko in the red corner and Mundo Cesar in the blue corner. Now, Brian, one thing that has really struck out in that first round was the pacing. Both men actually taking their time to feel each other out instead of just brawling. That could be setting up to, you know, both fighters actually being quite fit still in the third round.
Yep. Although in general, I think because Sergey is controlling the pace, so he's probably less tired, because it's very easy to, you know, fight for, 10 rounds, 12 rounds at a pace that you yourself set and you yourself are comfortable with. Think of it as jogging versus, having to sprint every time somebody makes you sprint.
Well, there's still no one fighter dominating the fight so far. So let's see if that changes in round 2. You're watching Legend Sparring Invitational, bout number 5 between Sergey Potapenko in the red corner and Mundo Cesar in the blue corner.
Yep. Instead of just posting like this, Mundo needs to start establishing his own jab also. See, he's sort of like posting with both arms as his defense. That's why, Sergey is just looping around with those. So like the sideways stance that Sergey is adopting is very suitable for this situation.
I have to say, Mundo looks a lot more comfortable fighting on the back foot than he did in the first round. Seems like he's settling into that rhythm as the fight goes on.
Yeah, but you see, instead of posting with the left hand like this, I wish he would jab with Sergey. Sometimes you don't need to be the better jabber, but just jab back with the a good jabber. When you're faced with a good jab, just throw your own jab back.
Just have a reply.
Yeah, don't concede the jabbing space entirely to the other person. Then the face is entirely his already.
Good right hand now, Sergey.
Yeah, he might get 8 counted soon. Sergey is sort of like finding a nice in and out rhythm ready to punish him with the right hand. Mundo's crossing his feet a little bit also when he retreats. Yep. He doesn't have a reach disadvantage. I wish he would just start jabbing back with Sergey.
Sergey is still dictating the pace of the fight right now. He's really calm. He's not rushing into his punches, even though he landed a few big punches that stagger Mundo. He's still taking his time.
Yeah, he's basically deciding when the fight happens, when every exchange happens. So you notice when you can do that, right, you don't get tired because you can rest whenever you want. See, good enforcing of defense of the distance also. You see, when he doesn't want to fight, he just posts and steps back. See, those like very feeler jabs. Just fill the space with that. Yep, see, and that sets up the right hand. That sets up the right hand. You don't even need
Mundo's
to jab.
in a bad place. He needs to get out of there. Again, Sergey dictating the pace. He's not rushing at all. It's almost like he's playing with his food. But he's also taking care of his own stamina.
Yeah, he just needs to not retreat while not looking at the opponent. He's getting punished like that. You see with that winging left hook.
He seems a bit uncomfortable when he's fighting backwards.
Yep, that's right. Like when he retreats voluntarily, he's fine. When he has to spring backwards, sometimes the defense and the posture suffers a little bit. Yep. So maybe Mundo is finding out a little bit that Sergey isn't so comfortable on the back foot. Maybe he just needs to push forward and cut him off like this.
But Mundo hit a few good shots there.
Yep.
And again, Sergey just moving back, taking his time.
Sergey is controlling the entire fight. Basically, he's deciding when every exchange happens. Whenever he's not comfortable, he can, detach.
And that is the end of round number 2 here in Bout 5 at the Legends Sparring Invitational number 4. Brian, Sergey really showed off the good stuff there, pacing himself, choosing his shots. Well, he's just dictating the fight right now, deciding when the fight happens and where the fight happens. What do you think Mundo needs to do to change that?
I would say, first of all, the way that Sergey is dictating the fight is through his very good jab. So Mundo just needs to jab back with him. So after that, because we've seen us in small brief flashes when when he's able to put Sergey on the back foot, he has a bit more success there. So when you want to put somebody on the back foot, first of all, stop them dictating the pace by jabbing back with them. Don't concede that area of the fight entirely to them. Once that part becomes competitive, then you can start to enforce your own comfortable distance.
Let's see if he can do that as we begin round number 3, the last and final round here of bout number 5 at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We have Sergey Potapenko in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Mundo Merlin Seiza in the blue corner representing Spartans Downtown East.
Wow. Yeah, that was
good,
very nice.
Straight right there.
Yep. You notice Sergey was sort of waiting to see what Mundo would do and then interrupt him with that straight right. Like the best sort of punches land, right, when the opponent is not shelled up, but when the opponent is trying to do something, you interrupt them by punching them first. Just like that. You see, Mundo tries to pose with his lead hand, and then Sergey just interrupts it with a nice jab. Very nice, simple, strong basics performance from Sergey. See, it sets up everything. The jab sets up everything. It blocks the opponent's
in a bad place again.
It blocks the opponent's vision. And you see, when people say the jab sets up everything, that's how you control a fight with a jab. Until now, right, he doesn't even need to jab all that much already. Just by moving his left hand around, the threat of the jab is alone to unsettle Mundo.
Well, Mundo's not backing down. He's still trying.
Yep, having a little bit of success now.
He's initiating, but again, Sergey is the one dictating when that happens.
Yeah. You see, he's trying to punish the jab by with that overhand right.
Deep into the third round now. This is where
about a minute left.
Your fitness and your stamina is really tested.
Yeah, Sergey's slowing down a little bit. So, he just needs to sort of get back on his bike and just control the action with just the jabs. That's how he won round 1, and that's how he can win round 3.
Mundo sensing that, and he's initiating some exchanges right now.
Yep, you see? That's how you set up a jab with right hand. You see, he jab, and then suddenly your right hand. Set the rhythm with your jab, then break it with the follow-up punch. So it's not about being fast, it's about having an unpredictable rhythm. Mundo sort of like having a nice second win. Sergey is a bit tired to deal with that. Yeah, kind of collapsing from sheer exhaustion. A lot of times one of the smart things to do when you're clinching is to just walk forward. A clinch is a neutral position, so you want to make the opponent tired.
You want to put your body weight onto your opponent.
Yep, you want to sort of move forward, walk forward.
On Sergey there, ending it strong. That is the end of bout number 5 of Legends Sparring Invitational 4. You just witnessed a fight between Sergey Potapenko in the red corner of Legends Fight Sports and Mundo Merlin Seiza in the blue corner. Well, Legend Fight Sports is celebrating International Women's Day with a special promotion to all the ladies out there. Get 10 boxing group class sessions and 2 strength and conditioning personal training sessions at only $200. If you haven't needed one, here is your sign to join our ever-growing ladies boxing class led by national boxer Leonard, or get strong with our personal trainers at a very special rate. Download the Legends SG app, create an account and make a purchase under membership. Legend Fight Sports celebrates and honors all our ladies out there. Happy International Women's Day. Well, welcome back to Legend Sparring Invitational 4. We've had 5 great bouts so far. We're moving on to bout number 6 now. In the red corner, we have Christian Ansume of Elite Coach Sports Academy in the red corner and Bernard Lim in the blue corner, representing, well, his independent, so it's just himself.
All right. Now I want to invite the viewers to sort of see, okay, what kind of fighter each one is. You know, where's the preferred distance, what's the preferred pace, and then how they enforce that pace, and then how the results come from that. Right, for example, you see one fighter already moving around a lot, whereas one, you know, taking the center. So neither is wrong, neither is good or bad. It depends on what you do with that distance. Right, so Christian, the one moving around, you know, sort of enforcing the distance already. By taking angles like this, he's making Bernard follow him. So that's how you sort of seize the initiative. When you step and your opponent turns, then you step and your opponent turns, so you're leading the dance. Already a nice big flurry. I think Christian can sort of sense that Bernard is uncomfortable with the distance, so he's just taking the chance to attack now.
He's pushing the pace right now, like no one else.
Yep. A lot of times at this kind of level, right, it's good to start you know, to burst early like this, just to sort of unsettle your opponent, make him uncomfortable for the rest of the fight. Although, you know, it can be tiring, so the pace kind of slows down a little bit now.
Yeah, I was just about to say that amount of energy asserted for that.
But alright, like, you know, Christian seems like fairly aware of the distance, so he knows when he can rest. By controlling the pace, right, you are giving yourself opportunities to rest.
Oh, Bernard's not backing down.
Oh yeah, he's sort of trying not to give Christian a free rein of, you know, controlling the outside. Very nice shots on both. I would like to see a little bit tighter punches when it comes to like the hooking form, so that, you know, the punches, you know, don't slap the arms and the shoulders. Christian crossing his feet a little bit dangerously. He's gotten caught a couple of times already like that. Yep. Sometimes when the distance is wrong, you can just step back. A bit of holding and hitting. Yep.
Which is not allowed, is it?
Yep. You cannot hold onto your opponent and then hit them like that. Or, you know, you can if you can escape the eyes of the referee. In general, the trick is to do it on the side that the referee is not at. Yep. Christian's doing a good job of enforcing the distance. I just wish he would feint a little bit before going in, so it becomes less predictable. Yep. Very nice. You see, he split his timing with the jab. Just as your opponent's about to do something, then you jab him. I like how he shifted his stance into the right hand also. The distance is wrong, so you just step forward into southpaw and then recover your stance after throwing the punch.
Really aggressive by Christian.
Yep. Quite a nice pivot also. Got himself off the ropes and out of the way of that right hand.
And that is the end of round number 1 here in bout 6 of Legends Sparring Invitational. We have Christian Ansume of Elite Coach Sports Academy in the red corner and Bernard Lim in the blue corner. Brian Christian fighting in burst, but the more assertive fighter in that first round.
Oh, yep, that's right. In general, if you want to fight in bursts like that, so it's like, you know, you sprint and you walk, you sprint and you walk, that's fine. You just need to make sure that, you know, you enforce the pace of the fight such that when you're walking and resting, then you don't get punished for it.
So what do you think Bernard needs to do now, you know, to counter that?
Just like that, when your opponent is bursting, sort of let him burst, just defend. When he wants to rest, that's when you go. So you deny him his chance to rest and recover for the next burst.
Well, let's see if Bernard can do that in the second round of bout number 6 here at Legends Sparring Invitational. Thank you so much for joining us here for an afternoon of watching people get punched in the face.
So you see again Christian circling, trying to seize the initiative by making Bernard follow him. So rather than wait and see what Christian does, Bernard has to just take the initiative away. Like if your opponent goes left, then you follow him left. If your opponent goes right, you follow him right. Instead of doing that, just get after him. Don't let him lead the dance. Yep, you see Bernard is kind of waiting for Christian to attack before he himself attacks. One of the things that happens, like, in more casual sparring or drilling is that, things are very like, your turn to punch, my turn to punch, your turn, my turn. So what you want to do in a more live situation like this is sort of steal the opponent's turns. It may not be your turn, but just go.
Well, there shouldn't be turns, should there?
Yeah, it's just that, during drilling and like light sparring, it's very tempting to like fall into those kind of patterns. Christian's has a fairly tiring style, but he's smartly like allowing himself spots to rest. So Bernard needs to take those spots away. Very nice combo, up hook straight. I quite like how Christian sort of shifts into his combos when he's out of range also. Loading up a little bit on that.
A bit wild there by Christian.
Yeah, that was like the Street Fighter uppercut.
But he is still in command of the fight, dictating the pace. Bernard seems to have fallen into his rhythm.
Yeah, Bernard needs to sort of... You see, now Christian's resting. Now is when Bernard needs to go. Very punishing body shots. Bernard's stance is square also, like you see when like this.
Bernard might be in trouble here.
Yeah, he's kind of just waiting for Christian to go before he goes. That's what I meant by waiting your turn. Like instead of waiting your turn, he can just go now. Kind of exposing the weakness of like the traditional high guard also. Like the body's really
good
open.
Uppercut there by Christian, earning his opponent a standing 8 count.
So you see now Christian's tired also, but Bernard is not really in a position to punish him anymore.
Yeah, but Bernard's breathing really heavily, as we can hear
we
now.
can hear it from here. Yeah. So you see, because of that, because now that he's gotten Bernard tired enough not to punish him, Christian can just move back, rest, and explode when he has gathered his gas a little bit. Very nice shot to the body. Like a throwaway left hook to the top and then a right hand to the body. A lot of times when you go head body, when you want to throw head body combos, you can just throw away some of the less important punches.
And that is the end of round number 2 here and Bout 6 of Legends Sparring Invitational 4. That was a really impressive round by Christian Ansume. Brian, Christian totally dominating that round, dictating the pace. But he seems to be fighting in, the burst that he has been applying has been lesser and lesser throughout the round. What does he need to do to keep up the pace in the third round? He seems to...
He's kind of tiring himself up because, getting a bit too punch happy. Like when the opening from Bernard come. You notice the difference between this and the previous fight, right? Sergey controls the pace but with his jabs. But in this case, Christian is controlling the pace by moving around a lot. It's much more tiring to move around the way Christian was than the way Sergey was.
But it could be hard to drop that pattern since you're already dominating the fight.
Yep, that's right. So maybe what he needs to do, just like we mentioned, 70% of the same thing.
Well, let's see if Bernard can capitalize on that here in round number 3 of bout number 6 here at Legends Sparring Invitational. You're watching Christian Ansume of Elite Coach Sports Academy in the red corner and Bernard Lim in the blue corner.
Christian's still moving around a little bit, but moving less and just trying to sort of enforce the distance with the jab.
Well, he can afford to move less. He has been implying his will on Bernard freely over the last 2 rounds, like he is doing right now.
Bernard's body has consistently been open. Yep, and Christian is consistently punishing it.
Well, props to Bernard for hanging in there. He's showing really good heart, but he has to muster up a reply here.
Yeah, those body shots are hellish. In general, you see Christian is alternating between uppercuts to the head and then those hooks to the body. And it's a perfect kind of, thing to alternate between. Basically just drag your opponent's guard away from wherever the target area is. You hit the body, his hands come down, you hit the head. You hit the head, his hands go up, you hit the body. And if the hands don't move, then just keep hitting the open spot. Like a lot of times, a variety is a bit overrated in boxing or combat sports, I would say. Just choose 2 or 3 things and cycle between them. If you break your rhythm, if you break your distance, those things should be enough. It's a lot of variety to contend with.
If you keep on practicing...
Oh, Superman punch.
Another one.
Christian's just trying stuff now. Oh, again, that was a nice one.
And that's what Legends Sparring Invitational is for, to try out stuff, isn't it?
Pace is slowing it a little bit, but you see, it's moments like this that Christian is resting. So he'll burst again in a couple of seconds. It's moments that like this that Bernard should take the initiative back. By doing this, you let Christian rest. And you see, now he bursts again. And you see, it's just beautiful, it's just the same. Uppercuts to the head.
And another
Superman punch
that earns himself, his opponent, and standing 8 count. And I think that might be it for this fight.
We called it.
That is about number 6 between Christian Natsume and also Bernard Lim. Friendly exchanges between the 2 fighters after the fight. That's what Legends Sparring Invitational is all about. It's just a friendly sparring, nothing too personal, nothing too serious. And we'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 4 live here from Legends Tampines. We are moving on to bout number 7. In the red corner, we have Shafiq Firdaus Zulkifli representing Legends Fight Sport, and in the blue corner, we have Yu Sun Jen.
Yep, I've sparred with Shafiq quite a few times already. This is his first fight. I'm quite excited to see, how he puts together what we've been doing in training.
What can we expect here from Shafiq?
A little bit of nerves from both fighters. I think this being their first one. Yeah. So it's just a matter. And again, we see for the viewers, it's a southpaw orthodox battle. So let's see where everybody's lead foot ends up and how it sets up their respective punches. So this Shafiq consistently taking the outside lead foot already. I think he hears me talk about this quite a lot. Yep. Nice uppercut to the body. The uppercut and straight right to the body are great weapons against the southpaw. Yep. Staggered Sun Jen a little bit.
Really high pace.
Yep, Shafiq doing pretty good with controlling with the jab. See, jab up, jab down, then cross up. Yep, so Shafiq keeps going to the straight right to the body. Kind of just needs to recover and slip the way out.
Shafiq earning himself a standing 8 count for his opponent, Yu Sun Jen. Let's see how he responds to that.
Yep, very nice. See, jabs to the body, covers up, and then cross to the head. Sun Jen needs to start jabbing back with him. It's yet another case of basically Shafiq's controlling action because he's the more active jabber. Shafiq's in and out movement is pretty good. Needs a couple of feints to set that up a bit. Yep. You see with the jabs and the small steps, Shafiq is trying to pull Sun Jian into his right hand.
Good body shot there.
Yeah,
by Sun
very
Jian.
nice reply by Sun Jian. You see, and after that he goes
And
on top
another
of
one.
the cross. Yeah.
Sun Jian recovering quite well from that early standing 8 count.
Yeah, I think he was a bit overwhelmed at the start. Now he's trying to find his rhythm and put his combos together also. Pace is slowing down a little bit. In general, Shafiq's entries, he has really good idea on his entries. He just kind of needs to sort of defend instead of moving backwards in a straight line like that. One of the dangers of the cross to the body is that when you recover from that punch, your head is right there. So it'll be a good idea to roll away after that or to pivot out towards the left.
Both fighters now trying to end the first round on an exclamation. There was a really close first round between Shafiq and also Sun Jian. Sun Jian recovering from that early standing 8 count to eventually had his own moments in the fight, wouldn't you say, Brian?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think he got kind of surprised by the initial burst, and then he started to see some of the repetitions that Shafiq was doing.
As a southpaw, do you think Sun Jian is doing the right things now to counter Shafiq?
Yeah, well, he's throwing his rear hand to the body a lot, and in response to Shafiq doing the same. So what he needs to do is be more aware of his positioning. Like we mentioned, the lead foot battle. What you want to do is be in a position where your stance is aimed at your opponent, but his is not aimed at yours.
Well, Noor Fanis on our chat says Shafiq is on fire. Let's see if he can continue burning and hopefully not burn out as round 2 gets underway. You're watching bout number 6 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. Shafiq Firdaus in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Yu Sun Jin in the blue corner.
Yep. Shafiq fainting a little bit. What he needs to do is connect those feints to punches. And your feint is for you to draw a reaction. Once you draw the reaction, then punish the reaction. Yeah, that's one of the dangers of using a cross guard when you are not sure how to use a cross guard.
What is a cross guard, Brian?
You know, when you sort of hold your hands like they kind of form an equal sign, like made famous by people like Archie Moore, George Foreman. So one of the things when employing a cross guard is that you cannot just hold it there. You have to actively move your elbows to catch the shots. Yep. Quite nice feints from Shafiq, but he's not building on them. Like if you feint and then you stop, then the feint was kind of pointless. Like what you want to do is connect the feints to their attacks. Kind of like so. Very, very nice from that. You see he sort of pulled back from Sun Jian's left hand and then punished it with his own cross. Sun Jian trying to seize the initiative by just coming forward, not let Shafiq pick his spots. Very nice from Sun Jian. Body hit.
Sun Jian growing into his own here right now. With
Shafiq needs to reset. When you're caught in a bad rhythm like that, you need to reset. There you see, when he throws his body cross, then he's open on his way up. So as he keeps doing that,
eating a lot of shots right now.
Yeah, as he keeps doing that, then Sun Jian will continue to punish that.
Well, the ties seems to have turned here in round 2. Sun Jian this time taking command of the fight.
Yeah, you notice there is a split second, when Shafiq will be retreating, then there's a split second that he sort of waits before he switches to attack. So he kind of needs to connect those a little bit more seamlessly. Like see, he's backpedaling instead of just pivoting out. So you see the shots are becoming more predictable. Sun Jian is just catching them on the way in. Look at the lead foot battle now. Whoever's lead leg is outside will land their cross. Shafiq's move is getting a little bit predictable already. You see, he's sort of square into his stance after getting hit. Now that he had Sun Jen against the ropes for a minute, then he should have just gone with like something like a 1-1-2. When your opponent's back is on the ropes, you want to penetrate like a piercing attack, a step forward attack, because they have nowhere more to step already.
And that is the end of round number 2 of Bout 7 here at Legend Sparring Invitational 4. The fight between Shafiq Zulkifli in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sports and Yu Sun Jen in the blue corner. Brian, we saw Sun Jen turning the tides there in the second round, and he's dictating the pace now. What do you think Shafiq needs to do to, regain control of the fight in the third?
I feel Shafiq is kind of running out of ideas. Like he had a couple of things he was doing at the start, those were working. And then when those start to not work a little bit, then he kind of just fell away from that.
It's a pretty good recovery from Sun Jen after that standing 8 count in the first round, to come out in the second round and completely turn around the fight. Let's see if he can keep that up as round number 3 is about to start. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4, bout number 7.
Yeah, Sun Jen seems to be a bit more experienced, a bit more comfortable. Like when things aren't going his way, he decides, that's fine, let's just see what happens and then just fight accordingly. When Shafiq is kind of like a little bit running out of ideas. Notice again, the cross to the body, right? It keeps getting punished because on his way out, it's like his head will definitely be in the same place.
Well, if we were scoring this fight, I would say it's 1 round apiece for both fighters, all to fight for in the final round.
Yep, that's right. Yep, very nice. You see, Sun Jen sort of caught Shafiq stepping in. Now, rather than just punishing him on the way out from the body cross, he's punishing him on the way in. Yep. He loaded up a lot on that, but you notice it still hit because the rhythm broke. Like because the shot takes longer to come, so Sun Jen was, found it a bit harder to catch. Yep, very nice.
Sun
Very nice
Jen
hit
with
body.
those body shots yet again.
Yep. Sun Jen's cross counter is looking pretty nice. And he's very balanced when he throws it also, which is cool.
A little low there by Shafiq.
Yeah. Yeah, Shafiq is sort of giving ground unnecessarily a little bit. Like by standing so far away, right, it makes your jab very obvious when it's about to come in. What you want to do is something like how Sergey a couple of fights ago was doing. Sort of leave the lead hand out there, make it less obvious to whether it's going to be a jab or your hand is just there. Like look at that stance, look at that balance. Sun Jen is a lot more comfortable already. He doesn't really have a plan, but he's just kind of waiting and seeing what's happening. And he's realizing that, because Shafiq's right hand is quite telegraphed, so he's just punishing it to the body whenever it comes.
Those body shots sounded so crisp.
Yeah, they're brutal, man. Like I'm surprised like Shafiq isn't showing any of the pain.
Oh, he's hiding it well. But he needs to push the pace now.
Yep, that's right. The jab is kind of gone already. Yep, like you notice he's only exploring with a 1-2, but like the single jabs are gone already. Yeah, you see, because of the consistent body shots, now Shafiq's right hand is dropping, and it leaves the opening for Junior's left cross. Nice uppercut on the break though. It's not always about a perfect punch, but just the punch that lands.
It's quite an impressive showing by Sun Jen right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Basically, he figured the puzzle out. Just kept calm at the start and figured the puzzle out.
Those body shots
again, very
have
nice.
been very, very consistent.
Yeah. The real uppercut to the body is like a really underutilized punch. It's a fantastic punch. Easy to throw, very painful.
And that's the end of the fight of bout number 7 here at Legends Sparring Invitational. You just watched Shafiq Zulkifli in the red corner and Yu Sun Jen in the blue corner.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, 다들 하지 뻔한 이야기, her brain fried. My lady poppin' Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? 여기 나의 area, 여기 my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소신껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, Kelly에서 뉴욕 구름 위로 hop-on. Drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 무늬원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 짧은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, don't cash flow.
Welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational. We are coming to you live here from Legends Tampines. We are moving on to bout number 8. We have Keen Ong representing Legends Fight Sport in the red corner, and Sufi Irfan also representing Legends Fight Sport in the blue corner. This is an internal affair, it seems like, Brian.
Yep, legends and legends. Again, you see the Southpaw Orthodox matchup. So look for the lead foot battle and what kind of punches they want to land. In general, I would say what has been a little bit underutilized is like the lead hook. In a Southpaw Orthodox matchup, the lead hook is a really good punch to throw because your opponent's lead hand is blocking that field of vision from it. Keen coming out really fast, really hard, trying to overwhelm Sufi at the start. This is saw a little bit of shade of that, like Sufi threw his left hook and like Keen didn't really see it coming. Didn't land so nicely, but you know, it shows you that the opening is there. Sufi appears a little bit tense, you know, he's like over anticipating the punches coming from Keen.
He needs to calm down and settle down a bit.
Yeah.
He seems to be only backpedaling right now.
Yeah, plus he's really tense. So like, you know, he's like sort of getting fainted out of position. Trying to take the initiative back now. There you see, before the punch comes, he's kind of like already shelling up a little bit. That's very nice, tripling up on the jab. If it's too far away, just throw another jab on the way there. Basically just jab until you are in position. Like if it takes 5 jabs, throw 5. Keen doing a good job of enforcing the distance.
He's also controlling the center of the ring right now.
Yeah, basically he's in the position where he's forcing Sufi to circle him, rather than Sufi intentionally circling him the way Christian was in the previous fight. So when you force somebody to circle, you're forcing them to expend energy. So you see as sort of Keen prepares to attack, then Sufi is like a little bit tense. Sufi has some pretty good movement actually, but you know, it has to be voluntary. Like you have to move on your own accord, not be forced to move. Some nice footwork from Ridwan also, getting out of the way of the two fighters.
He seems to be the one with the best footwork amongst all of them in the ring right now. And that is the end of round 1 of bout number 8 here at Legends Sparring Invitational number 4. We are witnessing Kin Ong in the red corner and going up against Sufi Irfan in the blue corner. Not a bad round for both fighters, but Sufi seems a bit tense there more than Kin. Hopefully he can settle down and get into his rhythm in the second round. What do you think he needs to do?
Well, the very first thing, just to kind of calm down. He's basically tensing up a lot whenever Keen even approaches. At least Sophia has pretty good movement. He should just sort of like bait an attack from Keen. move out of the way and then punish him for it. Like, that's not an easy thing to do, but he kind of looks like he could do it if he tried to do it.
Yeah, there were moments in the first round when he had his own replies. So let's see if he can do more of those in the second round. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational bout number 8, round number 2.
Yeah, you see, he's fairly comfortable. He's fairly comfortable when circling. It's just that when he breaks his rhythm from circling to attacking, he kind of stops, so his attack becomes very obvious. Yeah, you see, he cannot retreat in a straight line like this. You see what Keen is doing? Keen is trying to hit him off in the direction of his left hand. So he's trying to make Sufi circle to his left into the direction of his power hand.
Sufi's doing a good job of avoiding some of these punches. He just needs to reply like that, a straight right.
See, you sort of letting Keen just walk him down now.
Sufi's in a bad place right now.
Yeah. It's okay to be on the back foot, but the thing is, it must be you making your opponent chase you rather than him forcing you to run away. It sounds like it's the same thing, but the distinction is quite important. It's about whose idea is it? Who is the one forcing this thing to happen?
Keen timing his pace right now.
Yeah, he's realizing that his movements can be a lot more economical. You notice he's basically taking 2 steps for every 3 steps that Sophie is taking. And much smaller, less, energy draining steps also. He's kind of just walking, whereas Sophie sort of forced to skip around.
Well, if anything else, Sufi is learning a lot here by actually being in the ring.
Oh yeah, that's right. When it's like your first time in a live situation like this, it really shows you a lot about yourself. It shows you a lot about everything that you thought was working when you're punching the heavy bag. Now some of it does, some of it doesn't. Some of it works for different reasons. You see, against the bigger fighter, he cannot just stay in the pocket like this. Kind of has that's not the worst idea in the world. When making a pressure fighter go backwards. In general, pressure fighters like to come forwards, right? Because logically, they don't like to move backwards. So
but
sometimes flipping the script is an effective way.
Keen doesn't look too uncomfortable fighting on the back foot also.
Yeah, but you see, a couple of openings open up. Yeah, you see, in exchanges like this, right, Sufi is kind of just letting he's just kind of letting Keen measure him.
Well, that was a good exchange by both fighters towards the end of the round. You are watching Legends Sparring Invitational bout number 8 between Kin Ong in the red corner and Sufi Irfan in the blue corner. I have to say, Sufi had some good moments there late in the second round. He seems to have gotten over the nerves of the first round, but Keen still dominating proceedings. What do you think Keen needs to do to finally, cement his dominance in the third round and not get Sufi,
not let Sufi turn the tide, right?
Yeah,
I think Keen basically just needs to keep whatever found success in the second round, which is basically sort of very slow but consistently backing Sufi up. Yep, so if he can keep the initiative like this, he'll be ready for whatever comes.
at the same time, it is also nice to see Sufi's growth inside the ring. The first round and second round were worlds apart. Let's see if he can continue the good improvement in the third round.
Yep, this doesn't go in your record. It's not a fight. It's not a recorded fight or anything. It's just and every fight teaches you something. He's probably learning a lot now. See, that's something we haven't seen yet. Changing directions of circling. I would like to see a bit more pivots on the footwork instead of just skipping around. Because skipping is really tiring, like that.
King chasing him down right now. Sufi seems to have more luck when he's pushing the pace and Keen's fighting on the back foot. He hasn't done that yet in this round.
See, now he's starting to do it a little bit, but then you see he sort of concedes. Yeah. Sometimes a lot of these solutions can be quite counterintuitive, but you know, that's exactly why they work. Because they're counterintuitive, right, nobody expects them. Like the way to beat a pressure fighter, right, sometimes is to pressure them instead of letting them pressure you. Like if you escape the pressure, they pressure you again, right? You escape again, they pressure again. Oh, you see, very nice. Like right hand counter from Sufi. You see the balance kind of suffered.
This is also the third and final round. You know, the nerves, the tiredness are all coming in now.
Yep. Keen's attack is getting a little bit predictable also. So like Sufi's having better luck, like escaping, like with his pocket defense, and not just skipping out of distance. Final minute and 10 seconds. Quite nice from Keen to sort of step back and then counter. Just completely dictating the pace right now.
A lot of pushing going on there.
Yeah, Keen's telegraphing his cross a little bit more already, so Sufi is like consistently able to get under it. See, again, it's just that, you know, he can get under it, but it's having a bit of difficulty punishing it properly with a body shot. Oh, very nice, you see? Sufi kind of pivoted out and punished him with a left hook. The lead hook is a great punch against a southpaw.
And that's the first standing 8 count of this bout. Sufi eating a good punch there by Keen. But props to Sufi for hanging in there. He has grown tremendously within these 3 rounds itself.
Definitely. Although he lost all 3 rounds, he got better with each one and started to find openings.
Okay, thank you.
While you're watching Legends Sparring Invitational bout number 8, thank you for staying with us. We will be right back after this break. Legends Fight Sports is celebrating International Women's Day with a special promo to all the ladies out there. Get 10 boxing group classes sessions and 2 strength and conditioning personal training sessions at only $200. If you ever needed one, here is your sign to join our ever-growing ladies boxing class led by national boxer Leona Hui, or get strong with our personal trainers at a very special rate. Download the Legends SG app, create an account and make a purchase under membership. Legends Fight Sport celebrates and honors all our ladies out there. Happy International Women's Day. Welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We're getting ready now for bout number 9. We have Alina Po of Legends Fight Sport in the red corner and Rain Cham of Elite Coach Sports Academy in the blue corner. Brian, this is a very interesting one.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, at all the Legends Sparring Invitationals, the female bouts have always proved to be really the bangers. So I expect this one to be pretty much the same.
Well, this bout is brought to you by Personal Nutrition Solution, your one-stop solution to your daily nutrition needs. DM now on Instagram at Personal Nutrition Solution or get in touch via email at personalnutritionsolutions@gmail.com.
So both trying to establish a jab. Let's see who wins that battle. pretty good from Rain. Sort of pull the hand down and then after that throw the right hand. I think she's a little bit more comfortable in the pocket than Alina is.
Well, Alina's pretty experienced herself. Let's see if she can settle down and push her own pace in the fight.
Rain is fighting a little tall. Like Alina, it will be a good idea for Alina to start attacking the body a little bit first. Like you notice she's taller, but she's fighting shorter. Yep, very nice from Rain. Very nice from Rain.
She seems to be getting the better of the exchanges between the two fighters right now.
Yeah, she just did like the sort of skipping stone kind of counter. Like you use your right hand to parry the jab, and then with that same motion, throw your right cross. Alina needs to work a little bit on establishing the jab first before letting the rest of the combos go. Like she's the aggressor, but I really have to see her sort of jab her way in.
Rain's also doing a good job of circling around Alina.
Yeah, that's right. She's sort of like pulling her into her punches. She's making Alina overextend. So the way for Alina to fix that is to jab her way in. Like if you need to chase somebody, if you need to cover distance, then jab on your way in so you don't get caught on your way in. So your opponent cannot just measure you, but they need to worry about your jab. Notice the rhythm of this fight is basically Alina will come in with a combo, whatever it is, and then Rain will just keep on returning with like the right cross.
Yeah, but this time around, Alina seems to be getting the better of the exchanges. She's slowly growing into this fight.
Final 15 seconds. Yep. So now Alina's sort of stepping back in anticipation of the cross counter already. So Rain will need to find something else.
That's the end of Bout. Now that's the end of the first round of Bout number 9 here at Legends Sparring Invitational. Alina Poe in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport, and Rain Cham in the blue corner representing Elite Coach Sports Academy. It was quite a tense and tight affair there in the first round. Brian, what do you think both girls will need to do to, assert their dominance in the second round?
For Alina, I would like to see her sort of like feint and jab to sort of draw that cross counter out from Rain. And for Rain, I would like to see her, the circling is good, trying to counter punch is good. I would like to see like sort of, different counter punches, or maybe sort of taking the initiative a little bit more. Like making Alina throw something that she wants to counter. Like if you know what's coming, it's easy to counter, right? So how do you know what's coming? You stand in a way, do stuff to make your opponent throw that thing that you want them to throw.
Well, both ladies look really comfortable in the ring. Let's see if they can actually start pushing the pace and push each other in round 2. As we go ahead in Bout number 9 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4.
Yeah. It might be a good idea for Rain to actually sort of like take the initiative and go forward. Alina seems a bit less tense already, more loose in this round. Same things apply though. I would like to see her sort of jab her way before to set up those combos. And vary the attack a little bit also, to start attacking the body a bit. She's doing a fairly good job of like maintaining her stance. Yeah. See Alina, because of how tall Rain is fighting, Alina sort of getting under that counter and like throwing her cross like to the chest instead of the chin. You like sort of aim at the neck between the chest and the jaw.
Rain
switch to southpaw actually, quite interesting. Let's see where this goes.
She changed back to orthodox.
Yep.
Sometimes they do that, don't they?
Yeah. In general, I don't really advise switching to southpaw unless you are very comfortable in there. Like your opponent may not be familiar with it, right? But hey, neither are you.
Rain's going forward more now.
Yeah, landing a lot of good solid jabs. She has a good jab. She should probably use it a little bit more to set up her counters. There you see the balance suffers a little bit when she moves to southpaw. Might not be such an advisable thing to do. Like the only time you want to do that, right, is if you know it will throw your opponent off, or if there's a specific punch you are trying to avoid or land.
Do you think Alina should take advantage of that when Rain is in that southpaw position?
Yep. If she can tell that she's uncomfortable, then she should just attack her when she switches into southpaw. Just press her. Then you notice how comfortable they are. If you press somebody and they switch back, then you know that they weren't comfortable with it.
Well, Rain's landing some good jabs there also.
Yeah, Rain's landing a lot more jabs in this round than the previous one actually, and she's doing a good job of like sort of catching Alina's cross on her left arm also. Oh, very nice, very nice,
There
very nice.
Rain.
1-1-2. I think best punch of the fight so far.
Let's see if Alina can muster up a reply of her own.
Yep.
Alina,
A bit of an amateur mistake from Rainy there. Like she didn't protect herself after the break.
Alina landed some clean punches there. Rain back to that southpaw position we were talking about.
I'm okay if she fights so this tall, but her chin is a little bit high for my liking.
And that's the end of round number 2 here in bout number 9 at Legends Sparring Invitational. The fight between Alina Poe of Legends Fight Sports in the red corner and Rain Cham of Elite Coach Sports Academy in the blue corner. Brian, still a close affair. Both fighters had their moments in that second round.
Yeah, I would say both rounds could have gone to either person. Maybe round 1 is a little bit clearer for Rainy, but they are both very close.
Now, you keep on talking about how Rain was fighting tall and still is fighting tall. How do you think Alina can take advantage of that if that is a weakness?
Yep. The most obvious ones would be to attack the body. Other things that you can do is sort of like throw more like high looping punches, like an overhand right, or like a shifting left hook. Because when people fight tall, right, there's a tendency to sort of lean away from punches. So you catch somebody who is leaning with punches like that.
We also talk about how Rain actually switches her stance to southpaw at a couple of times. Why do you think she's doing that?
Based on what I've seen, I think she is doing it just to enforce distance. Because in the southpaw orthodox matchup, the distance is the perceived distance is a bit further. So I think when she wants to get some distance, that's when she does it. Because we haven't really seen her attack off it. So it's probably just a tool to enforce distance. But when she wants to attack, right, you see she's back in the orthodox stance.
Well, it's been a close fight so far after 2 rounds. Round 3 here gets underway. Let's see if one fighter could actually pull away from the other. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational for bout number 9 between Alina Poe in the red corner and Rain Cham in the blue corner.
Yeah, I like that Alina's not reaching on her punches, but her distance is a little bit wrong. Like a lot of her straight punches are falling a little bit short. I would like to see her sort of double jab her way in. Like if your 1-2 is too far away, right? Then 1-1-2, 1-1-1-1-2.
Could the distance thing also be because of Rain?
Oh, very nice right hand from Rain.
Changing her
She's getting more
stance.
comfortable in the pocket already. And yes, actually that's right. Yeah. Sometimes like the perceived, actually right, when somebody switches to southpaw, they're not much further away. It just feels further away because the lead hand and lead leg is in the way. But you see, when she switches to southpaw, right, it feels further away, but they're actually at pretty much the same distance. So it's like Rainey's tool of sort of resting and forcing distance. But when she wants to attack, right, see, she's back to orthodox.
Yeah, she switches it back up before she attacks. Alina should be picking up on that.
Which basically means when your opponent does that, if you know your opponent is switching to southpaw just to enforce distance, that's when you collapse the distance. Attack them when they switch because you know they want to rest.
Yeah, that's probably when they're resting. Should take advantage of that.
I'd like to see more jabs from both. Like Rain's having good success with her jabs when she just does throw it. And the way Alina's combos are going now, like just double jabbing her way in would help a lot.
Still a very close fight between the two. Great heart shown, great bravery shown by both fighters.
See, look at those nice jabs from Rain.
Alina, the aggressor there in that exchange.
Yeah, so I think Rain has enough of that a little bit and switch to southpaw to rest. See, even when she jabs, she switches back to orthodox.
Right before she throws, she'll switch back.
Yep. Like she does throw that southpaw left cross a little bit, but it's a very tentative shot. See, now that she attacks back to orthodox.
Alina landing some clean punches there. But again, with that switching stances, Rain seems to be controlling the pace, dictating when and where the fight is taking place.
Yeah, when she switches, right, like Alina hasn't picked up on the lack of offense yet, so she sort of like respects that distance.
Well, let's see if both fighters would want to end the fight on an exclamation mark. There was a great fight between Alina Po in the red corner and Rain Chum in the blue corner. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4. That was bout number 9. Number 10 coming up right after this. Well, if you've always wanted to enjoy the taste of food while being on a diet, Personal Nutrition Solution is the solution you need to help you get that dream body without killing your taste buds. Specializing in personalizing your food based on your goals, DM now on Instagram at Personal Nutrition Solutions or get in touch via email at personalnutritionsolution@gmail.com. Personal Nutrition Solution, your one-stop solution to your daily nutrition needs. Well, welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We have seen 9 really good bouts here. We are moving on to bout number 10. We have Kwek Tsen in the red corner representing Spartans Bukit Timah, and Ansel Go in the blue corner representing NUS Boxing. Round 1 begins now. Both fighters coming out brawling here. Quite the difference from the last fight that we just saw.
Yeah, I think they both like probably have some like premeditated combos and are just like unleashing them now.
Or they just had a little bit too much energy drinks.
Yeah. Nice 1-2 over there. Zheng seems like he's a bit more controlled, like he more aware of the distance. Yeah, doing a good job of moving his head off center line when he comes in also. Yeah. Nice snappy jab from Ansel. Just one of the problems of having your hands low, right, is that when you do throw your right hand, it can come like the trajectory is not totally straight.
It takes a lot more effort too.
Yeah, that's right, because you got to pick your right hand up and then throw it forward. So you're going in a motion in a direction of your motion has 2 directions instead of 1. Like your lead hand can be low sometimes to sort of distract the opponent. It can be covering your body. It can be just holding it out there to sort of pose or frame a little bit. But there isn't really a reason why like your right hand shouldn't be glued to your chin. Or even better yet, in front of your face to sort of parry any return fire. Nice, you see Sergey also punches on the break also. He's much more aware of what's happening.
Good exchanges between the two fighters.
Yeah,
Let's just hope they can keep up this pace throughout the 3 rounds.
Yeah, they have pretty good like ideas on what to do. Like Sergey is looking to sort of punish the entries, whereas Ansel is like moving his head up and down, like basically changing levels and then attacking. While his head is down, he throws the overhand right, stuff like that. So they're kind of both settling into the kind of fight that they want to have already. Bit slow but very stiff. Good form on the jab from Ansel. He just ate a big right hand there. A low left hand is good for a jab sometimes because it disguises the trajectory, but a low right hand for a cross is usually not good because your hand has to travel both upwards and forward.
Could be done out of habit also. When you're in a firing range like this, you tend to forget what you actually learned in training. And that's the end of round number 1 of bout number 10 here at Legends Sparring Invitational. We have Kwek Tsen in the red corner representing Spartans Bukit Timah, and Ansel Go in the blue corner representing NUS Boxing. Good exchanges between the two boxers, quite a close round. What do you think each of them will need to do to improve in round number 2?
I would say they both need to sort of like be a little bit more situationally aware, because they are landing their own punches, but they're also getting caught by some punches that they're not seeing.
Also, the pace has been very high in the first round. Let's see if they can keep it up in round number 2.
Yeah, that's right. Because they're kind of both going at the time when each other wants to rest. So that means they're both not getting any rest at all.
Well, round number 2 of bout number 10 here underway.
Yep. Ansel's the longer fighter and has the better jab, so he should probably be fighting at a further distance. Yeah, you see, just like that. Oh, but Sergey is doing a pretty good job of like just punishing him, like stepping into the pocket and just throwing combos. Like consistently finding a home for that right hand.
He is closing the distance quite well. But Ansel is also not enforcing that distance, is he?
Yeah, I mean he'll land a jab, right, but he'll kind of stay there. Then he'll just eat the return fire.
Which is what you don't want to do in a boxing fight, is it?
Yeah, that's right. Once you are done, you move out. In fact, you are not done until you move out.
Oh, he's eating a lot of punches there.
Yeah, very nice right hand from Sergey. Yeah, Ansel's attack is kind of becoming a bit predictable already. He's attacking out of reaction rather than taking the initiative.
You can see his head snap back there from that jab from certain.
Yeah, plus he's not rolling under the punches as much as he was earlier. Yeah, and Sergey is doing a good job of like just even though you get hit cleanly, right, hit back, just hit back. That's sort of how you take over the initiative.
Well, he's certainly landing the more cleaner punches between the two.
Yeah, and he's not loading up. He's not loading up also. He's just punching.
And with that, he earns himself a standing 8 count for his opponent. After that good combo, 3 clean punches there to his opponent Ansel Go.
Yep, 3 nice right hands in a row. And you notice he's not even punching really hard. Like he's just punching.
Sergey is applying the pressure even more now. He smells blood. He's pushing forward, but he needs to be careful not to punch out himself.
Yeah, he's doing a fairly good job of stepping into those punches. You notice he's constantly moving forward and throwing combos, but his balance is not suffering. He's in his stance. He's stepping with each punch.
Ansel needs to calm down and get his bearings. He seems to have not recovered.
Ansel on the other hand, right? You look at his feet. He's really off balance. Like whenever Sergey presses forward like that.
He's just eating the punches now.
Yeah.
He needs to get out of the way. And a second 10 count, standing 8 count for Ansel Go after a dominating exchange there by certain.
Yeah, Sergey's taking over this fight already.
One more and this fight will be stopped.
Yep, in fact they could do it right now, yeah.
And as we've mentioned, Muhammad the Chosen One, Radin, the referee in the middle of the ring, has called a stop to the fight between Kwek Sinton in the red corner representing Spartans Bukit Timah and Ansel Go in the blue corner representing NUS Boxing. You are watching Legends Sparring Invitational. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational number 4, live here from Legends Tampines. We've had 10 great bouts so far. We're moving on to bout number 11. Remember, there's 25 in total. So we're moving on to number 11 now. We have Irfan Muhammad representing Zeus Fitness in the red corner, and Matthias Lee in the blue corner representing Elevate Fight Lab. Just facing a bit of delays right now. Brian, 10 fights so far. Which one would you say is your favorite for today?
In terms of performance, I really like Sergey's. And in terms of like the back and forth fights, well, that's pretty hard to say. The Russell and Francesco one was pretty good. The Genie and Sophia one was quite nice also. That was a great performance from Sophia.
The first fight
and
of the day.
Yeah, the best fight was probably the first one.
Yeah, I could agree with you there. I think Sergey
Yeah.
did the best out of all the fighters so far. I was just impressed on how he was dictating the pace. Really, a lot of things that people could learn from that fight from him. The fight between Alina and also Rain was also quite interesting. It went right down to the wire. Couldn't really say there was a clear winner.
Yeah,
there
that one
also.
was probably the most competitive, like the least clear winner out of all the fights so far.
I think the one with Sun Jin, where he recovered from a standing 8 count in the first round to
Oh yeah, that was a great
fend off
performance. Yeah.
Shafiq,
Yeah, that was a great performance also.
was also a good performance. Well, we got both our fighters ready now. We have Muhammad Irfan in the red corner representing Zeus Fitness, and Matthias Lee in the blue corner representing Elevate Fight Lab. This is bout number 11 here at Legends Sparring Invitational, round 1. Here we go.
Yeah, Elevate Fight Lab always sends lots of fighters to Legends Sparring Invitational, and they're all very well schooled. So I'm always excited to see the talent coming from that gym.
Yeah, that's one of the
More active participants in our Sparring Invitational.
It is, of course, open to any gyms and anyone who wants to join. All you need to do is get in touch with us, and we'll probably, if we could set up for you to fight with someone, we would.
Yep, usually most of the sign-ins come in like the day right after we stream this, when everybody's still really hyped about all the fights that just went on. Okay, both fighters changing levels and jabbing. Let's see who gets the better out of this. Quite like the jabbing form on Irfan here. But form is just one thing. It's also a matter of landing and timing and stuff like that.
Yeah, they look quite relaxed, both of them in the ring.
Yeah. Oh, very nice. You see, Matthias like punishing the jab with the overhand right. Yep. Feinting a little bit. Like to see him sort of build off those feints. Like one of the things he's been doing is jab to the body and then cross up top. Now you see like overhand right and then followed with like lead uppercut. Basically things that sort of put your head out of danger and also attack the opponent from different angles. Irfan seems to have a good jab, but I'd like to see him throw it a little bit more. Might be hesitating on that after it was punished by the overhand right the first time. Yeah. Like his form is pretty good. He just needs to sort of the application is where he needs to go and push hard now.
He needs to land. He's trying but not landing right now.
Yep. Oh, very nice. See? Fake down and then come with the cross on top. The same combo, the very first combo he threw during this round. Like it was the first one he threw and now it landed. Now it works. You see, you don't need a lot of variety, man. Just throw the same thing slightly different and it's gonna work.
Sticking to the basics.
Yep. Like we mentioned, right? You don't need to know 10 combinations. Just, memorize 3 and cycle through them. Edit each one a little bit. Like for example, if you're, instead of a jab and then jab to the body and then a hit, cross to the head, if you're a bit too close, you can just modify that to a right hook to the head. Like you see, like he just did. Very nice. Matthias trying to punish that jab from the front.
I also like the different variety that Irfan is actually throwing.
Yeah, Irfan's catching him on the way out a few times. Not very obvious, but it's landing.
And that's the end of round 1 of bout number 11 here at Legends Sparring Invitational. You're watching the fight between Irfan Muhammad in the red corner representing Zeus Fitness and Matthias Lee in the blue corner representing Elevate Fight Lab. Both fighters seems to have a very good idea of what they want to do inside the ring. What do you think both fighters are doing right in the ring after the first round, Brian?
In general, I think Irfan is trying to enforce the distance, but he's not sort of moving or jabbing enough. I think Matthias is doing exactly what he needs to do, and he just needs to continue doing that. Basically, he has pretty creative entries and feints when it comes to attacking, and he's being fairly defensively responsible when he circles out. So.
Well, let's see if that continues in round number 2 of bout number 11 here at Legend Sparring Invitational. You're watching the fight between Irfan Muhammad in the red corner and Matthias Lee in the blue corner.
Okay, round 2. Irfan has shown a pretty good jab. I'd like to see him like apply it a little bit more, a lot more actually. Yeah, you see what I mean by defensively responsible. Like Matthias throws, and then he weaves out underneath. He both changes his level and he exits on an angle.
Good feint there by Matthias.
Yeah, fake the jab up top and then
very good.
See how he builds off that feint. First he jab high, then jab low. Then he jab high, jab low, and then cross high again. Very nice, like breaking rhythm. Also, you see he walks like in a super relaxed way. Then he throws a hard and fast 1-2.
It's almost surprising, Irfan.
Yeah, you see, Irfan has a good job. I want to see him double up on it a little bit and force the distance.
I would say both boxers are actually quite fundamentally strong.
Yeah, definitely. It's just that Matthias seems to be more experienced in terms of like application. Like if the nice pretty combos don't work, right, you can just edit them a little bit. Very good, like consistent jab to the body also. He's consistently jabbing to the body, right, so that it opens up his right hand to the head.
Irfan's counter and defense is also not bad. Pretty impressive how calm both these fighters are right now.
Yeah, Irfan's watching the shots and trying actively to counter. The problem is that because Matthias Matthias' offense is very advanced, so Irfan's able to counter, but he's not able to defend. So a lot of time he's just sort of stuck playing catch up. I would like to see him sort of take the initiative back by using that jab of his. Plus, one of the things that Matthias is doing, right, although his offense is quite pretty technical, his head is consistently dipping down when he throws those. So that's what Irfan has to punish.
Matthias is trying to push the pace right now. Irfan's backed in a corner. He needs to get out of there.
Yeah, I think Matthias has the right idea of taking the reach away by getting the pocket like that.
Irfan just slowing down slightly. It's Matthias starts to take the lead here in round number 2.
Yeah, Irfan has good counters, but he's constantly playing catch up. Like he actually has the better pure jab. Very nice from Matthias. Nice uppercut.
Matthias starting to pull away in round number 2.
Yeah, you see how he does that like sort of Loma shift.
Changing the angles.
He's doing a good job of like sort of smothering Irfan's counters also. If you can't get out in time, then just go all the way in and press your opponent's arms against his body.
Well, that was a great second round for Matthias Lee from Elevate Fight Lab. You are watching Legend Sparring Invitational 4. Bout number 11 between Irfan Muhammad in the red corner representing Zeus Fitness and Matthias Lee of Elevate Fight Lab. Brian, Matthias trying and proving that he is the more dominant fighter in that second round. Irfan had his moments, like you say, his counters were good, but he needs to change things up in the third round, doesn't he?
Yeah, at the very least, sort of start to take the initiative. As an habitual counter puncher, the way to take the initiative is to sort of make the opponent throw when they don't want to, so it becomes easier for you to counter. It's always easier to counter a forced punch.
At the same time, what do you think Matthias will need to do to continue his dominance of the fight?
I would say just continue staying defensively responsible. Yep. Throughout the fight, he's been very consistent. After he finishes his combos, he weaves out, he takes an angle.
Well, no big shots yet in this fight, but I have to say this is one of the more technical fighting fights that we are watching. Irfan now taking the initiative.
Yep. So you see
Matthias is not backing down.
Yeah, Matthias sort of realizing that he's lost the initiative, so he's trying to take it back. Yep, very nice right hand from him.
Good change of pace by Irfan, but he's now backed up in the corner.
Yeah.
We need a few more of those push forward by Irfan.
Very nice to see his right hand sort of split the guard. Matthias again, see, being very defensively responsible. Sort of caught him on the very end of the punch over there when most of the snap was gone.
If that left hook connected, that would have been a different story, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Like Irfan's loading up on the counters a lot already. Just needs to sort of look a little bit more.
Good uppercut there by Irfan.
Yeah, I mean it missed, but you know he had the right idea. But I like that he sort of pivoted out when he did it also. Yep, being a bit more aggressive now, trying to push Matthias back.
Matthias slowing down a bit. He's hitting quite a number of clean punches by Irfan.
Yeah, in fact, this is the first round that Irfan's winning.
Irfan needs to continue this push. He needs to be the aggressor.
Yep. Even if he's tired, right? He has a nice jab. He can just keep using it. But you see, Matthias is a smart guy, right? He's realizing it. He's pushing him back. But he's realizing, okay, this guy's in a good rhythm. How do I stop that? I can't just keep running away and putting my hands up.
Body language wise though, Matthias seems to be the more tired of both the fighters.
Yeah, it's the first time in this fight that he's gotten hit so much.
Another good punch there by Irfan.
Yep. You see that nice jab?
Matthias is hitting a lot now.
Yeah, Irfan sort of suddenly like switch into high gear.
That jab by Irfan really splitting Matthias' guard, like you mentioned, Brian.
See, it's such a nice jab and nice movement, you know. Where was this earlier?
Maybe the nerves. Or maybe he was saving it for the last round.
Oh, that was very nice. Did you see the very first combo that Matthias threw at the fight of this fight, and it's still working. Fake jab to the body, then a cross to the head.
Oh, Matthias seems to have gotten a second win now.
Yeah, his body work is disappearing though. I'd like to see that come back.
He's stumbling forward almost right now, Matthias. Yeah. Irfan's taking advantage of that for a nice straight right.
Yeah, you can tell he's tired already. He's a little bit spent.
And that is the end of bout number 11 here at Legends Sparring Invitational. We had Irfan Muhammad representing Zeus Fitness and Matthias Lee representing Elevate Fight Lab. That was quite a good fight, wasn't it, Brian?
Oh yeah, one of the more technical ones so far. I enjoyed it a lot.
Well, we have better ones coming up right after this break.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, 다들 하지 뻔한 이야기, her brain fried. My lady poppin' Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? 여긴 나의 area, 여긴 my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소신껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, Kelly to New York, 구름 위로 hop on, drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 문의원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 작은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, 이런 cash flow.
Welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We are watching bout number 12 here between Josh Chua in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Jonathan Fu in the blue corner representing UFC Citylink. This bout is brought to you by Deep Cuts, the one-stop grooming den. Visit deepcuts.sg or follow at Deep Cuts Singapore on Instagram for the ultimate grooming experience.
Quite nice from Jonathan already. I'm liking that very long, almost Soviet kind of hook. So chat, you can see, clearly Jonathan is the one who wants to fight at this distance. So both his hands and his feet positioning and his stance is sort of like showing you that. Very nice. Jabbing. See, that's what you mean. That's what I mean by jab your way in. If you're a bit too far away, just double up on the jab first. You see Josh trying to punish that.
Josh still trying to settle in the fight, slowly getting into his rhythm here. But Jonathan is pushing the pace, definitely.
Yeah, a lot of the loud slap sounds, they are like, they're landing on the glove, so not a huge worry first. Yeah, but you see, when they get close, right, and Jonathan's really eager to get out.
Oh, Josh is hitting some clean punches by Jonathan.
Oh yeah, a lot of clean punches. Yeah, very nice combo. I wish some of the punches were not so wide, a little bit tighter on the hooks.
But they're landing, that's important.
Yeah. So you think I think Josh has kind of realized that, okay, this guy wants to fight at distance, right? I'm not going to let him have it. Just saying, he kind of needs to start opening up with his offense a little bit. Like, it's one thing to chase somebody, right? But you got to punch. Yeah. Good movement from Jonathan to get away, but you can tell that he doesn't want that kind of close range fight. So it's up to Josh to enforce that close range fight. He's trying.
Jonathan.
That was nice. Very nice. You see, relax his body a little bit and then throw one right hand over the top, because he can see that Jonathan is trying to post. So you see, you throw your right hand on top or you throw your left hand below.
Well, Jonathan's replying now. A bit of a stumble there. No harm done.
Yeah. Like Jonathan started good, but I think Josh is getting his measure already. Like he at least has the right idea of what to do.
And that's the end of round number 1 here in bout number 12 of Legends Sparring Invitational number 4. You're watching the bout between Josh Tra in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Jonathan Fu in the blue corner representing UFC Citylink. Jonathan started off really well, but Josh is slowly growing into this fight, isn't he?
Yep. Execution could use some work, but in general, he's figured out roughly what he should do.
But at the same time, what do you think Jonathan should do to reimpose the dominance that he had early on? He
is trying too hard to escape. He should, instead of making big movements with your feet, just jab your way out of there. You enforce distance with a jab. If you focus only on moving and you don't jab defensively, your opponent will just chase you.
It seems like physically his style of fighting is more imposing than Josh's.
Correct, but it's also more rigid. Like, it requires more things to work out in order for it to work. Like, you need the distance, you need the pace.
Well, let's see if they can work out the kinks here as round number 2 gets underway. Bout number 12 at Legends Sparring Invitational.
Very nice. Left hook over the top. You see, when he switched southpaw, right? Left hook is a true anti-southpaw weapon. I think every single Sparring Invitational, I've said that like 5 times per invitational.
Well, Josh probably has heard you, and that's why he's using it.
Yep. What Jonathan can do is sort of start jabbing to the body more, because when Josh chases him, he's really square.
Jonathan just slowing down slightly, not as aggressive as he was in round number 1. Still a long way to go here in round number 2.
Yeah, it was a little bit like the Shafiq fight, where the sort of like, you explode with your initial ideas at the start, and then you kind of run out of it a little bit. So Josh is the direction of the fight favors Josh, but he still needs to punch a little bit more. Like, he's just getting outworked by Jonathan a little bit. Like, he's landed a couple of really nice punches already, a big right hand and a big left hook.
Good head work there by Josh to avoid those punches by Jonathan.
Yeah. As Jonathan starts to run out of ideas, then Josh can start to predict what's coming already. So you see, he's comfortably catching what's coming. Now they kind of need to feint their way inside. A bit of a stalemate here. When this happens, right, just jab, just feint.
Huge swing by Jonathan.
Yeah. He isn't turning that punch over though, so a lot of power is lost on that swing.
Running in the ring, not something you see every day.
Yeah, it's optics aside, right? It's tiring to do. Like running is tiring, so it's not advisable to do it. You see, instead of like enforcing the distance, right? Jonathan is just sort of slowly trying to get away.
What must Josh do right now to get into?
He needs to punch more. He's pressuring, right? He's pressuring well, and that's all good. But he needs to punch more. And yes, very nice right hand.
Oh,
Good uppercut to the body also.
Good body shot there by Josh.
Yeah, he's taking over this already. This is his round. Yeah. You see, even Jonathan's jabs have lost steam. And again, I think the southpaw move, just like with Alina and Rainy, is just to try and enforce distance.
There's not a lot of substance behind Jonathan's punches right now. His hands are both down also.
Yep. You see, even when Josh gets hit clean, right, it doesn't affect him because a lot of steam is lost off Jonathan's punches already.
I think Josh might be just pacing himself right now, knowing that his opponent might be really tired already in the second round.
Yeah, he should just, he just needs to punch a little bit more.
Good uppercut.
And he is.
And a good straight right there by Josh. And that's the end of round 2 here in bout number 12 at Legends Sparring Invitational number 4. Josh really came out swinging in that second round. He started landing more and more powerful punches. Jonathan kind of lost steam. What do you think he needs to do to improve in the third round?
I would say number 1, don't switch your southpaw anymore. And number 2, just enforce that jab. Like don't let Josh just chase you like that. When Josh chases him, Josh is actually quite square. So actually the jab to the body is open. Jonathan has a decent, very quite stiff jab. You just need to throw that a lot.
Well, let's see if he can improve on that showing in the second round, or if Josh in the red corner is going to continue to dominate this fight. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4, bout number 12. We have Josh Chua in the red corner and Jonathan Fu. Well, things are surely heating up here in round number 3. Apologies for the audio technical issues. We're back here at Legends Sparring Invitational.
Yeah, Josh is just teeing off on him right now already. Yep. No more steam on Jonathan's punches. I think just in full survival mode. Actually, this is a perfect time for Josh to go already. Although he's probably a little bit tired as well. A little bit of an issue with the headgear.
A minute left in round number 3 of bout number 12 here between Josh Chua in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Jonathan Fu representing UFC Citylink. Jonathan still throwing, props to him.
Yeah, he's punching out of survival already at this point.
Josh is just walking him down right now.
Yeah.
Josh is
Josh actually runs the risk of getting outworked a little bit, if not for stuff like that.
big swing.
Yeah, although it kind of just clipped him a little bit. Yeah. Josh is doing a good job of chasing. I wish he would punch us a little bit more to seal the deal.
I think both fighters are really tight right now. It's just a matter of who has the will to end the round on top. Two straight right. A standing 8 count for Jonathan Fu after a straight right by Josh Chua.
Into the final 5 seconds, I think we'll end it with this.
And that's the end of bout number 12 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. What a great bout between Josh Chua representing Legends Fight Sport and Jonathan Fu representing UFC CityLink. Classic gentleman haircuts and immaculately tailored suits. What more can you ask for? Head over to Deep Cuts for the ultimate grooming experience from head to toe. Deep Cuts, the one-stop grooming den. Visit deepcuts.sg or follow at deepcuts.singapore on Instagram. That's DEEPCUT.Singapore for all your gentleman fix. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4 live here at Legends Tampines in Singapore. We've had 12 bouts so far, 12 great bouts. We're going to go and take a short interval right now, and we'll be back with another 13 fights. We have 25 altogether. So we'll be right back after this break. Hello, fight fans from around the world, and welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational number 4. We are live here from Legends Tampines. 12 matches already done and dusted. We have 13 more to go for you. Starting with bout number 13 between Karim Saada in the red corner representing Elite Coach Sports Academy and George Livingston in the blue corner representing Spartans Bukit Timah. Back to the action. Here we go.
And we're off. Karim in the red corner, George Livingston in the blue. Karim opening up with a jab, the taller fighter against the shorter fighter. Let's see if the same dynamic plays out, jab. George already trying very hard to collapse the distance, to not let Karim have his dictating after range. Very consistent body attack from George, rightly so. Nice 1-2, nice 1-2 by Karim. Loading up a little bit on that right hook. Consistent body work from George, liking that a lot. And you see, it sets up the shots to the head. Karim is switching to southpaw a little bit when the distance is collapsed, but he's standing very square when they're in the pocket.
This is a very good example of how you should fight a taller fighter here by George. He's fighting low and he's hitting quite well. Closing the distance as much as possible.
Yeah, Karim is sort of accepting the pocket brawling. He shouldn't. Just keep the distance, continue to jab. Just like the performance that Sergey had, keep jabbing, keep jabbing.
Good punch there by George.
Yeah, Karim replying with 2 right hands in a row. Yeah, George's hands are already dropping from those body shots. Karim is breaking his posture a lot to throw those repeated punches. Might get him in trouble a bit later. George doing a good job of escaping after throwing that body jab.
A stiff left there by George. He has trouble getting out there after throwing. Karim seems to be catching him on the exit.
He's consistently looking for that right hand over the top. So Karim needs to jab and then move.
Karim
Since George is looking to
now,
punish it.
A bit more. Last few moments of the first round.
I like how consistent George is going to Karim's body with that body jab. Just wish there was a bit more snap and push on it.
And that's the end of round number 1 between Karim Saada in the red corner representing Elite Coach Sports Academy and George Livingston in the blue corner representing Spartans Bukit Timah. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4, bout number 13. We're back from a break and it seems like the action never ended. Quite a number of good exchanges between the two. Who do you think had the upper hand in round 1 there, Brian?
Definitely George, I would say. Although it's still close, it's not as if he's pulling away with it. As mentioned, one guy wants to fight nearer, one guy wants to fight further away. So it's a matter of who gets to dictate their distance.
For Karim, what do you think he needs to change up in round number 2?
Definitely, to maintain his stance a lot more, maintain his balance a lot more, and just jab a bit more. Just to keep George away from him. As a taller fighter, like we mentioned, you want your opponent to be in a space where you can hit him and he can't hit you.
Well, as natural to everything else in fighting, the heavier weight classes really bears that one punch power for the fighters. So this could be dangerous to any one of the fighters if their defense lacks. So let's see if any of the fighters could impose that will in round number 2 here. As it gets underway, you're watching Legends Sparring Invitational number 4.
Really like how consistent George is going to the body with that jab. Just want to see a bit more variety with it. Just ate a right hand on the way out. Karim's punches are a little bit laboured, like, you know, his hands are going first and then the legs are following. George, the more composed fighter, he gets hit a little bit, but you know, he's clearly trying to do something. He knows what he's looking for. You see, ducked under the right hand to jab to the body. But you see, because that's very predictable, the body jab, so he's kind of getting punished for it. He replied well though. Nice uppercut to the body. Karim needs to enforce the distance, really enforce the distance. Just jab, and you know when you fight a fighter like George who likes to duck down, you want to aim your cross downwards like a chopping right.
Oh, Karim is going into his own now, coming into his own. George just walking right now. It seems like he lost a bit of gas.
Yeah, he's getting hit more often also. That might, you know, be the change. He wasn't getting hit very much at all in round 1. He's getting hit quite a bit over here. That's also probably disrupting him a little bit. Plus Karim is picking up on George's body jab already. He's punishing him as he comes in and as he comes out.
Both fighters just taking their time right now.
Yeah, it's a fairly high-paced fight for the weight that they're in, so kind of both losing a bit of steam already.
George still going to the body.
George is ducking down a lot. Like Karim could really stand to use more hooks and uppercuts to sort of punish the weaving. Karim needs to work on maintaining his stance a little bit when they're in the pocket also. He's consistently off balance. So when he does land a punch, his weight is not behind it. See, that was nice, you see? Short little lead uppercut to punish the weaving. When somebody ducks down this often, just change the hooks and uppercuts. Nice, doubling up the right hand from Karim as he switches stance.
Last few moments around number 2 now. Bout number 13 here.
And a good right hand over the top from George. See, when Karim gets hit, right, then his balance and his form suffers a lot. But you know what? I think he got the better of that round, even if just by a hair.
Yeah, Karim seems to be taking advantage of George's, running out of gas slowly there. He's not as active as he was in round number 1. What do you think that George could, change in order to facilitate to that in round number 3?
He needs to mix up his attack a little bit more. Like, he's getting punished for the things that he keeps going back to. For example, the constant weaving. That's a cool idea against a taller fighter. The problem is that Karim is picking up on it and starting to throw uppercuts. Like the lead uppercut he caught him with.
Yeah, encouraging signs for Karim there in round number 2 as he started to, draw distance and starts hitting George even more. From his point of view, what do you think he should do to keep up the pace?
He should jab a lot more, but you don't those kind of jabs where you aim lower, you sort of aim at the chest. This is how you punish somebody who keeps ducking his head down.
Well, let's see if Karim can keep up the pace in round number 3 of bout number 12 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4.
Karim needs to sort of start defending against the right hand from George also. George is trying to punish Karim's own jab by throwing a right hand over the top. So Karim needs to be a bit aware of that. Yeah, Karim is reaching a lot of these punches as well. I would like to see him sort of step into them a bit more. Yeah, especially in moments like this when George needs a while to recover from the big movement. You see, he's consistently punishing George's body jab now. George needs to move away from that a little bit. Or he can't throw it naked. He needs to feint up top first and then go that back down. Nice tripling up on the right hand as he falls into southpaw. The execution could use some work, but I think Karim has the right idea on the straight line offense.
Well, now both fighters seems to be in a bit of trouble when it comes to stamina.
Yeah, I mean they are fighting at a pretty high pace. Well, for heavyweights anyway. Yeah, it's actually moments like this, right? You see when Karim cuts an angle by falling to southpaw that he can actually punish him from the side. Very nice right hand from Karim again. See, he's starting to track. He's starting to track Jordan's head movement already.
Good exchange there.
Just
by
needs to
both
be a
fighters.
little bit more defensively responsible.
Well, George is not out of this just yet.
Yeah. Can't turn your back like that.
Let's see who can end the fight, the stronger fighter.
Yeah. Karim's getting the better of this round already. And George is sort of like a bit running out of ideas. Plus, he's plodding forward, right? But he's taking a split second to think of what he wants to throw. So in that split second of hesitation,
Flurry of punches there by George.
yeah,
But Karim answers right back.
yeah, these kind of exchanges are no good for Karim. He needs to just make George chase him and punish him on the way in. Yeah, George is telegraphing the right hand quite a lot. Karim's doing a good job of just punching soft punches like this. You don't need to punch really hard, just keep landing. Yeah, Karim's getting better of this round. I think he won the second one also.
Muhammad the Chosen One, Radin, urging both fighters to carry on with it. Last few moments of the fight. And that is the end to bout number 13 here at Legends Sparring Invitational number 4. You're watching Karim Saada of Elite Coach Sports Academy in the red corner, taking on George Livingston of Spartans Bukit Timah in the blue corner. We'll be right back after these messages. Well, Legend Fight Sports is celebrating International Women's Day with a special promotion to all the ladies out there. Get 10 boxing group class sessions and 2 strength and conditioning personal training sessions at only $200. If you've ever needed one, here is your sign to join our ever-growing ladies boxing class led by national boxer Leonard Hui, or get strong with our personal trainers at a very special rate. Download the Legends SG app, create an account and make a purchase under membership. Legends Fight Sport celebrates and honors all our ladies out there. Happy International Women's Day. Well, we're back here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We're going to move on with bout number 14. In the red corner, representing Legends Fight Sport, we have Seto, and in the blue corner, we have Alfian Samad.
Nice from Alfian off the bat already, throwing out like just the feeler jabs in order to measure for his right hand.
A very high guard by Seto.
Yeah, he's standing a little bit square and his guard is very high, so his body is quite open. Yep. You always hear your coaches to tell you to hands up, and that's not always the worst idea. What you don't want to do is have a static high guard, where you just glue your hands to your face and just do nothing with it, because then, you know, everything else is open. Like, you'll never be able to cover your entire target area with both hands, so you have to have a reactive guard. Alfian already doing a good job of, like, you know, walking Seto into his jabs. Yeah. Notice his eyes are a lot more, you know, on target. You see, and he's very willing to like do throwaway shots, like a non-committal left to the body to set up the left to the head. Yeah. Seto a little bit passive. He needs to start getting his own jab going.
A lot of combos by Alfian.
Yep. You see, he's willing to throw at the guard. He throws a 1-2 at the guard so that, you know, Seto keeps his hands up and then he rips to the body. A bit too inactive from Seto for my liking. He needs to start taking the initiative. He's just defending at this point. See, Every time he thinks about throwing something, then Alfian just throws something at his guard and takes the initiative away. So very very muted offense from Seto. He needs to start getting his own jab into play.
That's all right. If he wants to double step through the three, but yeah, very good. Nice. Good. Relax. Nice. Good movement. I want that slide out. Let's
Alfian always on his toes, you see, getting ready to exit whenever he needs to. You look at his feet, he doesn't step with his heels. Like evidence of a well-schooled fighter. Very nice combo.
Seto getting punished now for his inactivity.
Yeah, he's being way too inactive. Like being passive, right? Being defensive doesn't mean you're not gonna get hit. Oftentimes, right? If you're hitting your opponent, he can't hit you. Yeah, very nice combo. 1, 2, 3, 2. And he's quite defensively responsible from Alfian also. You see, after he throws his 3-2, then he ducks out of the way. Kind of got caught there a little bit. Seto needs way more of that.
Last few moments of round number 1. Bout number 14 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. And that's the end of the round. The fight between Seto, representing Legends Fight Sports, in the red corner, and Alfian Samad in the blue corner. Brian, pretty impressive by Alfian in the first round there.
Oh yes, evidence of a very well-schooled fighter. He's taking his time, he's being defensively responsible. His corner is giving him the right advice also, not overloading him with information, just telling him what to do, keeping him in check, letting him flow, but just, writing his course. As a corner, right, your fighter is on autopilot. Rather than try to drive the plane yourself, just course correct a little bit when you need to.
And at the other end of the ring, Seto seems to be struggling to get started. What do you think he needs to do in order to, put up a better fight in round number 2?
He needs to throw a lot more. Right now, he's sort of just waiting for Alfian to hit him.
Well, Mohamed, the chosen one, Radin, is in his corner giving him some advice. So let's see if he actually picked up on that advice as we prepare for round number 2 of bout number 14 here at Legends Sparring Invitational.
Yep. As brilliant as Radin is about boxing, right? Because he wasn't the one training him for all these weeks. So any advice he can have is, any advice he has for him will be quite limited based on whatever he's seeing now. But encouraging signs. Seto is at least trying to be more active. I wish he would not stand so square with that high guard because his body is really open. Yep. What he wants to do is also to step with both feet. You don't want to step one foot at a time because you're left very open while you do that. Yep, he's just sort of like plodding after Alfian. Yep, he's consistently getting hit to the body. That straight right to the body is money for Alfian.
Also very impressed with the level of intensity that Alfian is throwing his punches. He's not let up since round 1.
Yep, and you notice he's still not throwing 100%. He's basically throwing everything at 85%, making sure that he has energy for all 5 rounds to keep this pace. He knows this pace is good for him and not good for Seto. So all he needs to do is just continue it.
Good body shots by Alfian there.
I like how he's being quite defensive also. Although he shouldn't stay there like that.
Good reply by Seto.
Yeah. Seto needs to start jabbing back with him. Alfian is controlling the pace because Alfian is jabbing. Seto needs to jab back. Unfortunately, when you hold your high guard like that, right, it's very weird for you to jab like that. Like if your hand is all the way up to your forehead, it's very you see, it's weird for you to jab like that.
Well, Seto's landing a few good shots himself right now.
Quite a few winging punches, but they're getting through.
They're landing, importantly. But Alfian seems to be comfortable.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed that after surviving that flurry, right, he's still, rather than panicking, he's still doing what he's doing. He's still doing the same thing. Although he's getting a little bit flustered by this offense already. See, he's getting stuck in the corner now. He needs to move. He cannot
Seto pushing the pace right now. We need more of that from Seto.
Yeah, Seto's form really isn't great, but at least he's turning it up now, making Alfian uncomfortable, not letting Alfian dictate the pace as much. So now Seto needs to sort of keep this up, and Alfian needs to take the momentum back.
Alfian just slowing down a little bit. Not sure if he's just pacing himself.
To be honest, yeah, I think that last flurry also tired Seto out a little bit. We probably won't see another flurry from him for the rest of this round. So it's still probably Alfian's round to take. Plus, so many right hands to the body that Alfian's landing.
Level change over the top. Hands up, Irfan.
Yeah. Although, right, you see, you know Alfian's getting tired because he's becoming less defensively responsible. And he's no longer getting out of the way after he throws his combos. When people are tired, they focus only on offense and not defense.
And that calls to the end of round number 2 of Bout 14 here at Legends Sparring Invitational number 4. You're watching the fight between Seto of Legends Fight Sport in the red corner and Alfian Samad in the blue corner. Encouraging signs from Seto. He had a few good punches, good exchanges there, don't you say, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he won that round, but the momentum shift is at least on his side. So he can finish strong by winning the third.
As for Alfian, he was slowing down a bit. He took quite a number of hits from Seto, and he seems to, had to regain his bearings a bit.
Yeah, in round 1, he basically didn't get touched at all. So in round 2, just getting hit those times probably flustered him quite a bit.
That sets up for an interesting third round here in bout number 14 at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. Let's see if Seto could continue to turn around the ties or if Alfian can get a second win.
You see the way Seto is standing, it's very square, so his body is very open. So to cover that weakness, he just needs to flurry. When you're flurrying at somebody, then they cannot punish that. Like you're not going to fix technical mistakes in the middle of a fight, but you can do things like this to sort of compensate for the weakness.
Well, he seems to be responding well to the advice given by his corner because he's...
Yeah, basically he's just going now. He's not being as passive anymore. Doubling up on that right hand also. Alfian seems a little bit flustered now. I think I think after round 1 he wasn't expecting such stiff resistance. But he's still performing well, still landing well. Just that his defense now is suffering.
And he's hitting a lot more shots also.
Yeah, previously he would hit and not get hit. Now he's hitting but he's getting hit back.
Seto seems to be getting stronger and stronger as the fight goes on. The same cannot be said for Alfian.
Yeah, Alfian's fading a little bit. I think, he's a bit just... it's a bit discouraging to face this level of resistance after an easy first round.
A dominating first round where he was just landing at will.
Yep. Yeah, he's getting hit a lot now. He's falling apart a little bit. It's good that he keeps going to the body also. Although Seto's picking up on that and also going to the body.
It's a great turnaround by Seto here in the third round. Could be nerves that stopped him in the first round.
Yeah, plus you notice Alfian's not throwing the straight right to the body anymore. Yeah. When people are flustered, they tend to go for the head only. Which is not a great idea. You should continue doing whatever was working, keep doing that. Whatever's not working, don't do that anymore.
Overhead right, level change on the jab. Let's go. Hey!
Yeah, it's quite a kind of a rapid implosion.
There you go. Don't overthrow, relax. Take a walk. Take a walk.
Good body shots by Seto there. Alfian had his moments.
Yeah.
Seems to be very, very uncomfortable fighting on his back foot.
Yeah. Previously, the difference between them was the defense of Alfian. Now that Alfian's kind of letting that go, now they're on an even footing again.
Good right hook there by Seto.
Yeah, plus he sort of split his guard with the left hook also by cutting that angle. Seto's form could use work, but he has the right idea. He's throwing the right punches.
Be the dog here. Let's be the dog here. Let's go.
Yeah, now Alfian is the one being passive already. Yeah, now he's going back to that. Going back to the body shot.
Seems to have caught a second win.
Yep, 20 seconds to go. Yep. His overhand right keeps, kind of glancing off Seto's shoulder. It's probably not the best punch to keep throwing at this point.
Last few moments of round number 3 here. And a great fight from both fighters. We had Seto in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Alfian Samad in the blue corner representing, well, he's an independent. Very encouraging signs from both fighters, wouldn't you say, Brian?
Oh yeah, definitely. Both, yeah. There was a nice momentum shift in this fight, which is always cool to see.
While you're watching Legends Sparring Invitational, we will be right back after the break. Welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational live here from Legends Tampines in Singapore. We're moving on to bout number 15 of 25. We have Aaron Yu of NUS Boxing in the red corner and Haris in the blue corner representing UFC CityLink.
Haris coming up very aggressive already. A bit too aggressive, he just ate a right hand over there. Very nice blitz from Aaron. Probably a bit surprising to Haris. Both fighters very tense. The form is a little bit ugly for now. You know, just basically both trying to establish themselves as the aggressive one.
It's becoming a brawl.
Yep.
Harry seems to be overwhelmed right now by Aaron.
Yep, a little bit flustered. He came out a little bit too tense. Yep. Sometimes, you know, wanting to be the aggressor too much, you know, can make you suffer a little bit also. Because the opponent may be also very aggressive. Then what are you going to do, right? It's much better to just, you know, have a plan, stick to the plan, whether the opponent is aggressive or not. Not the most disciplined fight we've had so far, but certainly quite high pace.
Let's see how long they can keep up this pace.
You notice not a lot of the punches are landing clean because of how wild it is. They're not aiming. Yeah, wasn't very thoughtful on his double jab entry over there. Like Haris did it, and then Aaron sort of just bopped him.
Harry slowly coming into his own right now. Aaron is not as aggressive as he was early in the round.
Yeah, I think his aggression was like you know just an answer to Haris's, just to show that hey man, you want to be the aggressor, I can be aggressive too. Yeah, but in general he's getting the better of it. You see he's nailing him with the counters. Yeah, you see Haris jab to the body and then Aaron just punishes him on the way out. The jab to the body is, you see, oh, nice, 2 right hands he ate in a row there. The jab to the body is a dangerous punch to throw actually. You know, because like as you do that, right, your head, even if your head is off the center line, as you retreat, your head is kind of right there. So it's best to, when you throw a body jab, it's best to always, you know, either collapse the distance or when you exit, right, exit on an angle. Keep your right hand up to parry a shot. Yeah, Haris is aggressive, but you know, because of that, right, he's like telegraphing his intentions quite a bit, and because he's so tense, the punches end up being quite telegraphed. I would like to see him just, you know, a lot more relaxed with this. Yeah, and you know, he shouldn't really focus on things like this. It doesn't hurt.
And that's the end of round number 1 here. You're watching bout number 15 at Legends Sparring Invitational. We have Aaron Yu in the red corner representing NUS Boxing and Haris representing UFC CityLink in the blue corner. Very aggressive fights from both fighters. What do you think needs to change in round number 2?
I think Aaron is doing alright. I would like to see Haris just a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more disciplined. Because of how tense and aggressive he wants to be, right? It's making a lot of his moves very predictable. Like he seems to have like decent punching form when he's not, you know, super aggressive. So sort of maybe just see what openings there are instead of just throwing everything you can think of.
Well, let's get round 2 underway here. About 15 at Legends Sparring Invitational for Aaron Yu of NUS Boxing in the red corner and Haris of UFC CityLink in the blue corner.
Not bad from Haris, you know, feinting up top. Good in and out movement also. You can see Aaron preemptively throwing that left hook, you know, in anticipation of the body jab.
Fixed by Haris.
Yeah, for someone to come in as aggressive as he is, right, I want Haris to, I wish Haris would, like, you know, move his head off the center line a little bit when he's coming in. It's a preemptive defense.
Aaron just slowing down a little bit more here. Haris seems to be the one initiating the exchanges.
Oh, that was very nice counter uppercut. See, he cut an angle and then he split his guard with it. I think because of how aggressive Haris is being, so Aaron just looking to counter. Yeah, see, nice. Body jab again, get eat in the right hand for your troubles.
Props to Haris though, he has not been relenting in his attacks. He's been moving forward.
Yeah, I think he's a naturally aggressive fighter like this. I just wish he was a bit more. Yep.
That was a good overhand right by Haris.
Yep. He saw the opening, he hit it, and then he doubled up on it.
Standing 8 count
Good
for
instincts.
Aaron. It's the first time we've seen a clear dominant fighter here in this fight in round number 2. Haris taking the upper hand, and he is not relenting.
Yeah, I think he's finally like sort of overwhelming Aaron a little bit. That's the danger of counter. That's the danger of settling into pure counter punching mode. You hand the initiative to your opponent.
Another good right hand there by Haris.
Yeah, I think he's got Aaron a little bit shook. Bit of a backhand over there, although the referee didn't see it.
Good straight left by Haris.
Yeah, I think Aaron's a little bit shook now. He's getting more passive. Yeah, he's kind of turning away a little bit also. Haris is just going.
If this continues, I don't see how Aaron can continue this fight for much longer. Second standing 8 count for Aaron. Haris totally dominating right now, the aggressor.
Haris is just spamming right hands at him now.
And that's the end of the round and also the end of the fight as Aaron unfortunately falls down to the canvas there.
Yeah, I don't think he can continue after this.
So that's the end of bout number 15 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. You just watched the fight between Aaron Yu in the red corner of NUS Boxing and Haris of UFC Cityling in the blue corner. We'll be right back after the break.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, 다들 하지 뻔한 이야기, her brain fried. My lady poppin' Jenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? 여기 나의 area, 여기 my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소식껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, Kelly에서 New York 구름 위로 hop on. Drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 무늬원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 짧은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, don't cash flow.
Welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 4 live here from Legends Fight Sport Tampines in Singapore. We're moving on to bout number 16 of 25. In the red corner we have Wong Lee Kai representing Legends Fight Sports, and in the blue corner we have Situ representing Elite Coach Sports Academy.
As you can see, Monday is the first fight that I'm actually on my feet for. Yep. Lee Kai is a member of the Legends Fight Sport fight team. Quite eager to see his performance. Oh, it looks like he has a really difficult task in front of him. Like, Situ is already looking pretty good. They both kind of looking for the openings, both feinting, both looking for reactions from each other, trying to see where the openings are. Yep. Notice they're both feinting with their levels also. Lee Kai the more physical, Situ probably slightly more, the faster. Situ seems to default to that elbow guard quite a lot. It also helps to disguise his lead hook. Nice forward from Lee Kai. This Lee Kai is doing a pretty good job of like he'll throw a 1-2 as he misses, he sort of just collapses the distance, presses Situ a little bit, and then just backs up with his hands up. Situ not really committing to most of the punches, just sort of getting his reads. Nice disciplined fight from both guys.
Still filling each other out here. No major exchanges just yet.
Yep. Usually when the level of boxing is a little bit higher, you don't see as much action, but you get to see a lot more of the intelligence being played out. Like neither has hit each other really clean yet, but they're both like figuring out each other's layers, unpacking each other's layers. Like I would like to see Situ go to the body because Lee Kai is defaulting to that high guard a lot. And in response to Situ's head movement, I would like to see Lee Kai go to the body a lot more as well. Although Situ's doing a pretty good job of guarding himself. This is like probably the highest level fight so far, and it's only like round 1. Lee Kai is sort of just making his reads for now a little bit. Although Situ is being careful not to show too much of his hand also. Nice sort of like gazelle hook from Lee Kai. Good balance.
Last few moments of round number 1. And that's the end of round number 1. Bout 16 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. In the red corner, we have Wong Lee Kai representing Legends Fight Sport, and Situ in the blue corner representing Elite Coach Sports Academy. Brian, what do you think about that first round?
Very like tactical round from both. I think they are both kind of looking at what each other is trying to do already. So Lee Kai, for Lee Kai, I think that because of Situ's incessant head movement, but also very guarded body, he kind of needs to open that up. So what he's trying to do is he'll throw a 1-2, he'll collapse the distance, and then as Situ sort of tries to counter or recover from that, then he'll look for openings there. Whereas Situ, I think what he needs to do is to sort of make Lee Kai overcommit and use his speed to sort of punish him for the openings.
For new boxing fans, that seems to be a straightforward round where you saw Situ the aggressor against Lee Kai. Is that always the case that the aggressor wins the round in boxing?
No. By right, you are only supposed to score aggression when everything else is equal. Unfortunately, boxing doesn't always have the best judges, even at the highest level. But if you read the rules, right, what the rules say, you are only supposed to score the other things once the damage is like 100% equal, which it almost never is.
Well, let's see if one fighter could establish dominance here in round number 2.
Yeah. It's still very even when inside. They have been quite even at all ranges so far. This is a really good matchup. Like very evenly matched people. Like I think Lee Kai is doing a better job of like sort of tracking Situ's head movement. But Situ is so fast, man. Look at him. I think Lee Kai needs to start going to the body a little bit more. He's missing to the head very often, just by a bit. Like he should aim his headshot for a moment like this after the break.
Oh, a little stoppage here.
Yeah, I just need to readjust the headgear a little bit. Lee Kai needs to use his height a little bit more, sort of punch downwards on the cross. I would like to see him try and counter back, moving backwards also when Situ like returns with his own flurry. Situ is doing really well, just not landing enough.
Lee Kai going forward there for once.
Yeah. For fights like this where not a whole lot of punches are landed, it becomes easier to steal rounds because single individual shots, right, become a lot more obvious to judges.
Cleaner shots. Like that from Lee Kai.
Very nice. So you see, Lee Kai is just changing his entry a little bit. Instead of a jab cross, it's now a hook cross.
Let's see how Situ replies.
And he's throwing his hook a little bit lower also, just in anticipation of Situ's head movement. Yeah. Situ's losing a little bit of speed also as they continue like this. I think Lee Kai is doing a good job of sort of pressing down in the clinch to sort of drain his gas tank a little bit. Doing a pretty good job of protecting himself against the shorter fighter in the clinch as well. Yep. Yep. Very nice. Very no telegraph, nothing on that right hand, but very nicely thrown. You can sort of see Situ starting to like lose some gas from the clinches, from the incessant clinches already. And then now Lee Kai's jabs start to open up. You see, Lee Kai's feints are sort of drawing bigger reactions out of Situ already. So now he's measuring him. Situ's head movement is very preemptive. It's keeping him safe for the most part, but it's also giving Lee Kai more data to download.
Last few seconds of round number 2.
Yeah, Lee Kai is getting much better of this exchange.
And that's the end of round 2 of the fight between Wong Lee Kai in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Situ Win in the blue corner representing Elite Coach Sports Academy. Brian, towards the end of that round, we saw Lee Kai.
Yeah, Lee Kai starting to take over already. Basically, yeah, they're both kind of downloading each other, but I think Lee Kai has his better measure because the way Situ is fighting it's fine, but it's more rigid, as in more things can potentially go wrong with a style like that.
So what do you think Situ needs to do now to change that?
I would think he needs to like sort of take the initiative away. He's defending very well against Lee Kai, but he's conceding the initiative to Lee Kai. So Lee Kai can sort of like try something, it doesn't work, he see where it doesn't work, and then he can adjust. So what Situ needs to do is to take away the adjustment period from Lee Kai by just, punish him back, use his speed.
And for Lee Kai, impressive so far?
Oh yeah, definitely. Basically after sort of, in a more tactical first round, he's finding his openings and he's taking full advantage. Like very, very disciplined and smart performance.
Situ starting strong here in round number 3 of bout number 16.
Yeah, he's moving less and just punching more already.
You are watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4 live here from Legends Tampines in Singapore.
Yeah, you see sort of like, now his defense is suffering a little bit because he's more eager to punch. Plus at this point, right, Lee Kai is sort of like, I think Lee Kai has figured out like Situ's sort of go-to defensive reactions, and so he's compensating his punches to aim for those places, and it's showing. And as he has more success with that, then Situ's defense becomes more porous.
Good body shot.
Very nice right hand.
Situ needs to recover from this.
Very nice no telegraph right hand again. It's been beautiful. That's the third or fourth time he's landed it already, Lee Kai. Good cross from the southpaw stance. You see, he stepped back from the counter. I think Lee Kai is just flowing now, and Situ is like really out of his flow.
He's backing himself into the corner. That's not a good sign.
Yeah. You see, Lee Kai is showing those like throwaway jabs. And see, again, see, that no telegraph right hand is a thing of beauty. That punch is money for like round 2 onwards. You see, Situ is sort of just letting Lee Kai measure him now. He cannot just stay here. He has to move. Could have easily been 8 counted over there.
Well, Lee Kai is in the driving seat and he's driving his car right now. Situ needs to really catch up.
Yeah, Situ now is basically just letting Lee Kai measure him.
Those body shots again.
Yeah, you see, he's not even firing back anymore. He's still moving, but he's not firing back anymore. Look at Lee Kai's no telegraph right hand. It's so good. Your right hand, doesn't need to be thunderous. Just make sure that people can't see it coming and it will hurt.
Lee Kai just walking down Situ right now.
You see, the return fire is almost completely muted already from Situ. He's still defending okay, but the thing is, you cannot just do all defense. Like no matter how good you are defensively, you cannot just do all defense. Your opponent will figure it out. Especially a seasoned boxer like Lee Kai. See, very nice. split the guard with the jab, step back away from the left hook counter. Excuse me, right hook. Yeah. You see now, instead of setting up with his jab and his speed, right, Situ is kind of loading up already.
Last few moments of the fight in round 3 here, bout number 16.
Yep, very nice to see the gazelle hook, and then he steps back from the counter. Li Kai is just flowing now.
And that's the end of the fight between Wong Li Kai in the red corner for Legends Fight Sports and Situ Win in the blue corner of Elite Coach Sports Academy. Brian, you thoroughly enjoyed that?
Oh yeah, definitely. I have not taken a seat since the first round.
Legends Fight Sport is celebrating International Women's Day with a special promotion to all the lovely ladies out there. Get 10 boxing group class sessions and 2 strength and conditioning personal training sessions at only $200. If you ever needed one, here is your sign to join our ever-growing ladies boxing class led by national boxer Leonard Hui, or just get strong with our personal trainers at a very special rate. Download the Legends SG app, create an account, and make purchase under membership. Legend Fight Sports celebrates and honors all the ladies out there. Happy International Women's Day. Well, welcome back to Legend Sparring Invitational 4. We're moving on with bout number 17. In the red corner, we have Noor Mohammed representing Legends Fight Sports. And in blue, we have Sean Che representing Spartans.
Yep. Sean coming out aggressive already. Both fighters moving around a lot. Again, I invite our viewers to go and look at the fact that it's a southpaw orthodox matchup. Let's see who wins the battle of the lead foot and how they set up their cross and their lead hook based on the positioning. Southpaw orthodox is all boxing actually is about positioning. Always positioning first. If you're in a good position, your punches will be better.
Aggressive fury there from Sean.
Yeah, the return fire from Faiz is not great. He's punching out of instinct instead of deliberately.
What should you do if you were on the receiving end of that?
Just move out. You can do 2 things. One, you can step away. If you have no space to step away, you can smother. Basically, just step too close for the punches to hit you properly, and then you turn the person, and then you pivot out.
Easier said than done?
Oh, definitely. It has to be sort of like a defensive reaction. They're sort of drilled into you already. Whenever that's happening, just hold, turn, step out. It's like because the other person has started punching first, so if you just try and punch back, it's quite hard for you to seize the initiative like that. And a lot of times in such a stressful situation, your form will almost certainly suffer, which means your punches aren't as hard and you get more tired. Faiz needs to use his height and just jab. A lot of times in the southpaw orthodox matchup, because the opponent's lead hand is in the way, people tend to jab less. That's a mistake because if your opponent jabs less, right, you should be jabbing more. Nice right hand from Sean.
Oh, Faiz eating shots right now. He's getting a standing 8 count. First of the fight. He needs to adapt and to control the aggression by Sean.
Yeah, basically when Sean explodes like this, right, he's just running away in a straight line. Like if you run in a straight line, right, the guy's gonna chase you in a straight line. You have to turn. Make him reset.
Faiz in a very bad position right now.
Yeah, his punching form is suffering a lot when he brawls back with him like that. instead of trying to throw many punches, you should just probably think of 1 or 2 shots that you will throw and throw them. A very good standard shot to throw in a situation like this is a rear uppercut to the body. It will almost certainly land, and it's easy to put power into that.
Well, I know Faiz will be relieved that the bell has rung for the end of the first round here, about number 17. You're watching Legend Sparring Invitational with no Muhammad Faiz in the red corner and Sean in the blue corner. Brian, Sean, quite impressive in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, the form is not beautiful, but you know, he has, like I said, he has a specific idea of what he wants to do, and he's executing it. Basically using his pace and his aggression to sort of overwhelm Faiz. You can tell the taller, longer fighter wants to fence at him from a distance, he's not letting him.
What should Faiz do? Because he seems to be running out of idea on how to counter the aggression from Sean.
Yeah, I would say first of all he needs to sort of just sit down on his jab and start throwing it a lot more, just to sort of like fend the aggression away. And he needs to let his rear hand go a little bit more also.
But
especially to the body.
Let's see if things can improve for him in round number 2 here. Bout number 17, Legends Sparring Invitational 4.
Yeah, instead of just circling away, he has to keep him at bay with the jab. When somebody chases you, right, you cannot just run. You need to make him stop chasing. In fact, like we mentioned earlier, right, how to fight pressure fighters, it might be a good idea for Faiz to try and push him back.
Not a chance of that right now with how aggressive Sean is. Faiz can't seem to even land a punch.
Yeah.
A bit of lull in the action, but we're back. Bout number 17, round number 2. No Muhammad Faiz in the red corner, Sean in the blue corner.
Yeah, that was a very tepid jab. He needs to, sort of sit down on his jab a little bit more, just to trying to keep Sean away. Right now, he's just sort of running away from Sean. So even if Sean misses or comes in not great, right, he can reset. Yeah, the fight looks like it's gonna go this way for the rest of the time.
Standing 8 count there from no Muhammad Faiz.
You see, he got hit on the temple as he's turned his body to exit. That's why you cannot turn like that.
Still trying to find and solve the puzzle that is Sean Che.
It's one of those things where, like, it's not a complicated puzzle to solve, but it's very difficult.
Especially when you're in the ring.
Yeah.
Getting punched in the face.
Because of how square Sean attacks when he blitzes like this, right? Faiz could really use a real uppercut to the body. Yeah, you see, he's reaching out to try and parry the shots. Instead, he should be keeping his tight guard. You see, he turned his back again. Yeah, it's not great body language already, and still a whole minute to go left in this round. Like, you want to stop somebody from chasing you, right? Jab, hit their body. See, he's reaching to try and parry the shots with his hands. That's not good. Because, if you parry 2 or 3 shots, right, Sean is throwing like 6 or 7 at a time. And he looks like, he can keep this pace up all day.
Another standing 8 count for Faiz.
Yep, the second in the round already.
Another one, and Muhammad the chosen one, Radin, will be forced to stop the fight. Faiz needs to recover and recover fast here.
Yep. And about 20 seconds left in this round, so lots of time for Sean to punish him.
And the punishment continues. Shot to the back of the head, it seems.
Yeah, because Faiz kind of like keeps turning away from it, and then Sean's attack is like isn't the most refined. So probably one of them just hit him on the back of the donkin over there.
And that's the end of round number 2 here in bout number 17. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4 live here from Legends Fight Sport Tampines. And Muhammad the chosen one, Radin, has
called a stop to
called
it.
a stop to the fight.
Yeah, I think it was a good decision. At this point, he was not going to come back from that.
Well, lessons to be learned there by Faiz. I hope this experience would be beneficial to him and that he comes back stronger in the next Sparring Invitational. And welcome back to Legend Sparring Invitational 4 live here from Legend Fight Sports Tampines. We are moving on to bout number 18 of 25. We have Samudra Sen in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sports and Alvin Tan in the blue corner representing Invictus Boxing.
Alright, so you can see again the taller fighter and the shorter fighter, and who's gonna win. Who's gonna use their respective advantages in the best way. So far today, when it comes to this kind of matchup, I think the past two ones, the shorter fighter has actually won. Except for Lee Kai versus Situ, where the taller fighter won. Although that fight didn't really have this dynamic.
Well, Samudra seems to be on the back foot right now.
Yeah, Alvin quite like nice balanced punches, not overly aggressive, just throwing the standard combos out there and seeing what Samudra has for him. Samudra kind of like compromising his stance when he enters like that already.
Well, this bout is brought to you by Personal Nutrition Solution, your one-step solution to your daily nutrition needs. DM now on Instagram at Personal Nutrition Solution or get in touch via email at personalnutritionsolution@gmail.com.
Yeah, Alvin has the better jab so far and he's using it to set more things up. Very nice, jab, cross to the body, hook to the head. So 1, low 2, then 3, and then high 2.
It's a good reply there by Samudra.
Yeah, caught him with a right hand. Yeah, when they start brawling like this, right, Samudra is less defensively responsible than Alvin, so he's getting hit more. Sort of just, a bit of awareness, where when you're punching, don't just think of punching, think about where your own head is and how you're going to avoid. Alvin's going to the body quite consistently also. It's quite nice to see.
Samudra getting caught there in the face while he was exiting.
Yeah, he seems very tense and overthrowing a little bit. Whereas Alvin is very calm, very composed. You see, these aren't the hardest punches in the world, but it's good form, the balance is correct. You see, Samudra's kind of loading up quite a bit. As you see, Alvin is just throwing, he's not fully throwing his whole body into the punch, just punching correctly, punching calmly, staying calm and looking at what comes back. Samudra needs to jab a little bit. He just can't, now he's kind of waiting for Alvin already. I see he's trying to circle away, he should jab while he moves, just to interrupt Alvin's combos.
Last few moments of round number 1. And that's the end of round 1 here in bout number 18. You're watching Legend Sparring Invitational 4. The fight between Samudra Sen in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sports and Alvin Tan in the blue corner representing Invictus Boxing Club. Alvin pushing the pace from the get-go. Samudra seems to be struggling, Brian.
Yeah, that's right. Basically, Alvin is the more calm one, and Samudra is a bit more tense, and that's showing all the difference. You can see Alvin's calmness in the way he punches. He just doesn't throw the hardest punches in the world. Just punch correctly, keep punching, keep the balance good. Samudra is loading up on big punches and not throwing the non-committal punches that he needs to disguise his offense. Like he's moving left, right, but there's no jab.
Well, let's see if changes can be done from Samudra's corner in order for him to have a better round 2.
Oh yeah, we've seen quite a few comebacks today already. Like at least 3. Like I think at least 3 fights where the guy who lost the first round ended up winning the whole fight.
So let's see if it happens again as round number 2 gets underway here on Legends Sparring Invitational 4.
I like Alvin's footwork, man. Look at it. It's just they're not big steps, but he just his stance is not compromised, and it's just small balanced steps. Always balanced, always ready to attack or defend. A lot of times, right, your speed actually comes from how balanced you are. Because if you're not balanced, before you attack, before you defend, you need to sort of recover your balance and then attack and defend. Whereas if you're always balanced, you don't need to do so much. You're already ready to go.
Samudra's in a bad place here. He needs to get out of the corner. A bit of a
the headgear
issue. As we continue round number 2.
Yeah, when Samudra jabs, right, he moves to his left instead of forward. So like when he throws a 1-2, his cross is still a bit out of range. A lot of times big swings like this, right, they are indicative of that the fighter has not judged the distance correctly yet. Or rather hasn't gotten a feel of the distance yet. I like how Alvin sort of double up his jab when he's entering like this. You see, because Alvin is balanced, right, when he misses, he's not falling over. He doesn't need to take another step to recover. He misses, but he can throw a follow-up right from the miss. So that's why balance is so important in boxing. In fact, I would say balance is the most important thing in boxing. Everything else is not as important.
Samudra is completely passive now.
Yeah, it's not, okay, that was an okay punch, but it's more of an arm punch.
Alvin's just pressuring him.
At this point, I think Alvin is less worried about the return fire already, so he's just going.
Samudra needs to land something to earn that respect yet again.
Yeah. But he's being a little bit too easy to hit. What happens is that, Alvin will jab, Samudra will swing and miss, and then Alvin will punish the miss.
Alvin going to the body there.
Yep. Very nice. You see, he didn't really load it up, just sort of shot it over there. You don't need to punch really hard, just need to land.
And that is the end of round 2. We are in bout number 18 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. You're watching the fight between Samudra Sen representing Legends Fight Sport in the red corner and Alvin Tan in the blue corner representing Invictus Boxing Club. Pretty one-way traffic so far. Alvin dominating both the rounds, wouldn't you say?
Yep, definitely. Just from simple good basics and being calm. Alright, and it looks like we're calling a stop to this contest.
Yes, and
yeah, I would have called a stop to it, so it was not going to get turned around.
Muhammad, the chosen one rerun, has called a stop to the fight after round 2. That's bout number 18. We'll be right back after this break. Always wanted to enjoy the taste of food while being on a diet, Personal Nutrition Solution is the solution you need to help you get that dream body without killing your taste buds. Specializing in personalizing your food based on your goals, DM now on Instagram at Personal Nutrition Solution or get in touch via email at personalnutritionsolution@gmail.com. Personal Nutrition Solution, your one-stop solution to your daily nutrition needs. Well, thanks for joining us and continuing to support us here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4 live from Legends Fight Sports in Tampines, Singapore. 18 bouts done and dusted. We're moving on to number 19 of 20. In the red corner, we have Adrian D'Souza Sylvian representing Legends Fight Sports. And in the blue corner, we have Leonard Kong representing himself. Both fighters just getting ready before we get underway here with bout number 19. Remember, we have 25 bouts lined up for you guys. So 6 more after this. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4. Round number 1 of bout 19 between Adrian D'Souza in the red corner and Leonard Kong in the blue corner. Here we go.
Both coming out a bit aggressive. Not entirely sure of the range yet. But you know, Adrian's leading with his jab, and that's making all the difference. He's already finding a clear advantage.
Good punch to the body there by Adrian. He seems to have found his range. Again with the body shot.
Oh, nice straight right. See, he caught him in the middle of his own combo.
Adrian will have to think twice now. Sorry, Leonard will have to think twice now.
Yeah. Nice. You see, he jabs and then he moves to it, cuts out to his left to avoid the counters. Nice, good right hand also. No telegraph right hand.
Spacing himself also, not just jumping into the exchanges.
Yeah, very nice. It feels like almost feels like a little bit of a mismatch. Yep.
Again with the body shots.
Yep. Adrian doing a good job of mixing up the top and his head and body attacks. I would like to see him mix it up in the same combo instead of only one. Quite a nice move from him already. I think Leonard looks a bit shook after getting hit the first few times. He hasn't really thrown like a meaningful punch.
Adrian again going for those
consistently
body
going to the
shots.
body.
Trying to open up the face. He's trying to pace himself here. Very selective in his shots. Very selective to when he engages. Leonard has to pick up on that and attack that.
Yeah, Leonard is like, his chin is quite high in the air. It becomes quite an easy target.
He's eating a lot of punches.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, Adrian's basically just teeing off on him already. Like he's either waiting to practice his counters or just throwing at him like this.
And that's the end of round number 1 between Adrian D'Souza in the red corner and Leonard Kong in the blue corner. Dominant performance so far by Adrian. Those body shots were unstoppable. Brian, if you were Leonard, how would you stop those body shots from landing?
The first line of defense is always your feet. You want to stand at a distance where it's difficult to set up a body shot. It's not easy to land a good body shot actually. So what you want to do is stand. If you maintain the distance right, your opponent has to cover some distance when he's trying to throw the body shot. You can punish him on the way in. Another one is sort of simply guard your body shot by using your elbows to kind of deflect the shots, and to throw back your own body shots.
Well, Leonard seems to be struggling to throw anything at all right now. He has to start initiating a little bit more, gain Adrian's respect in terms of power, and then maybe settle into his own rhythm.
I don't think Adrian has gotten hit with like a meaningful punch once, so he's just very confidently just flowing and teeing off.
Big swing and miss there. Adrian should be careful not to overextend himself like that.
Very nice movement from Adrian though. Like maintaining good balance, quite economical footwork. Good form on the punches also. Leonard is just sort of like the lack of meaningful offense from Leonard has sort of just let Adrian, settle into a very nice flow, in and out, in and out. At this rate, right, Adrian's not gonna get tired for a while.
Good body shot again by
Very
Adrian.
nice body shot.
Another one. Adrian's just having his way right now.
Yeah, almost everything is landing.
And first standing 8 count. Surprisingly, first standing 8 count by for Leonard after eating those heavy shots from Adrian. Is there a way back, Brian?
At this point, it looks like a bit too much of a mismatch. Almost everything from Adrian's landing. Like I said, he settled into quite a nice flow. When people are flowing like this, right, they're not gonna get tired. It's like, like we mentioned, right, it's like jogging instead of, being forced to sprint by another person. Right now, Adrian's just jogging, whereas Leonard is like, being forced to react. It's tiring, it's stressful, and, it's keeping his offense very muted.
But props to him for hanging in there. He's still throwing some punches, showing a lot of heart.
Yeah, he's basically waiting for Adrian to do something and then just swinging back after that. He needs to be first. Like whatever punches, right, just throw something first.
Second standing 8 count in the round for Leonard Kong.
Yeah, a third one will stop this.
It's not looking good, is it?
Yeah, I might think of stopping this if I was in the corner. I know it's a good learning experience for him. He'll be back. But at this point, any more punishment beyond this seems a little bit unnecessary. Yeah, if we were doing a punch counter, I think the numbers would look very lopsided.
Every time Adrian lands that body punch,
Yeah.
I seem to feel it also.
Yeah. Has Adrian missed a punch in this round yet?
I'm not too sure. But I know Leonard has landed a few also.
Yeah, he's landed a couple.
Final moments of round number 2. And that's it for round number 2 of bout number 19 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We have Adrian D'Souza in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sports and Leonard Kong in the blue corner. Leonard seems keen to continue despite the heavy barrage by Adrian, showing great heart. Let's see if he can muster up some kind of reply in the third and final round. This is just a sparring invitational. There's a lot to learn, and I think Leonard just wants to make sure he learns as much as possible.
round 3. You see the same punch keeps landing for Adrian. Jab up top, and the jab to the body, and straight to the body.
And that was it for bout number 19 here at Legend Sparring Invitational between Adrian in the red corner and Leonard in the blue corner. Referee calls a stop to the fight. Great heart shown by Leonard, but total domination by Adrian there. Well done, both fighters.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, 다들 하지 뻔한 이야기, her brain fried. My lady poppin' Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? 여기 나의 area, 여기 my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소신껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, Kelly에서 뉴욕 구름 위로 hop on, drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting doves. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 무늬원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 짧은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my belt, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, don't cash flow.
Well, welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We're coming to you live here from Legends Fight Sports Tampines. We're moving down to our 5 final fights of the afternoon. In the red corner, we have Eugene Rong of NUS Boxing, and the blue corner, Muhammad Zuhair of Evolve MMA.
Again, viewers, we see the Southpaw Orthodox matchup. Let's look for the lead foot battle and see who manages to land their cross and lead hook from that. Zuhair already very nice and flowy. Seems very aware of the distance already from the get-go. And he's not shying away from his jab like a lot of the Southpaw Orthodox matchups are.
Both fighters just filling each other out here, trying to judge the distance.
Yeah, they both seem to be like, they both seem to prefer the more in and out kind of boxing. So now just see who can settle into like a comfortable rhythm first after getting that distance. Yeah, very nice. See, double jab into the right hand. Zuhair is this is a really nice example to see. Zuhair is actually taking the inside angle when it comes to the left foot. Although throughout the day we've mentioned that the outside angle is preferable, actually the inside angle opens up your jab, because by taking the inside angle for your lead foot, your lead shoulder is nearer to your opponent's face. So if you keep doing that, then your opponent will naturally blade his stance more, and that opens up your outside angle.
And when he does that, he seems to have a lot of success coming inside.
Yep, because it opens up his jab. So the jab blinds, the jab interrupts.
Technical delays, headgear again. You're watching Legend Sparring Invitational 4. We're down to our last 5 bouts.
See? So the inside angle opens up the jab. So you see Zuhair is having more success with that because of that reason.
And
Check out both their feet.
And he's taking his time to get that set up.
Yep. So you see as they approach,
He took the outside.
yeah, that one is outside. So you notice he jabbed to the body instead. See,
And
when he threw the last cross, leg outside.
that's the end of round number 1. About 20 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. You're watching the fight between Jinrong in the red corner and Muhammad Zuhair in the blue corner. Not a lot of exchanges there, but Zuhair seems to have the better of the fight when he does engage, especially when he cuts in. Brian, we've talked again and again about how Zuhair cuts in with that inside angle. What do you think Jinrong has to do to counter that?
Basically, there's okay. For that, right, I would say there's no defense against it. If somebody steps inside your lead foot, right, then so you turn your stance more sideways, so you stop them from doing that. But by doing that, then you concede the outside angle, which is usually the useful angle. So the thing is, it's a do or die, right? So the way to win that is to basically you be first. You cut their inside angle first, or you cut their outside angle first. Basically, you should be the one dictating whose foot is where, rather than the other person.
Well, that's not the case right now.
Right now, Zuhair is dictating every exchange. So because of that, he knows where he wants to step based on what he wants to punch. Very nice, you see? Step backwards and counter him on the way in. So because of that, you see, look at the difference in body language. Just look at their legs. Zuhair very relaxed. See, look at the feet. When he jabs, see, inside. Very nice, the same thing again. And you see when he throws his cross, his leg is outside. So you just go in and out based on what you want to throw. Mix it up like this, and you only need 3 punches. Your 1, your 2, and your 3. Like when your foot is outside, throw your cross, throw your lead hook. Your foot is inside, hit him with the jab because your shoulder is nearer. Then just mix this up, keep him confused, always be the one leading the dance, and then that's it.
Jinrong finally being the first to engage there.
Yeah, at these rare moments, he needs to take more advantage of those. He also needs to not be so passive. Now he's kind of just waiting for Zuhair to come in. Oh, better success for him though, you see. Zuhair sort of let himself get caught against the ropes. Very nice relaxed punches from Zuhair. A lot of times the hard punches are actually the relaxed ones, not the ones that you swing as hard as you can. See again, the jab, inside foot. So I mean, not just this, right, chat. When you watch sports like MMA, boxing, and stuff like that, look for things like this in a Southpaw Orthodox matchup. Then you can see who knows what they're doing and who is, just fighting.
Well, Jinrong needs to do something right now.
Yeah, you see, even though he's on the losing end of the exchange, right, the lead hook landed.
He had some success when he was the one initiating.
Yep. See, he's kind of tensing up before he goes in, so it's quite easy to see his punches coming.
And that's the end of round 2 here in bout number 20. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4. The matchup between Jinrong of NUS Boxing in the red corner and Zuhair in the blue corner. Not a lot of action, but when Zuhair does engage, he does tend to land a lot more, doesn't he? Meantime, what do you think Jinrong needs to do?
Honestly, he needs to stop letting Zuhair dictate to so much. Like, he needs to start seizing the advantage. Initiative. Like, basically just be first. Make him react to you. Right now, right, by letting your opponent have all the initiative, he can plan in his head the 101 things that he's going to do to you. So interrupt that thought process. Make him react to you, and then suddenly you notice he will have no ideas because he cannot think anymore.
Well, he should leave it all in the ring here as we enter the third and final round of bout number 20. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4.
Muhammad Zuhair is also a lot more mobile, so it gives him that's another added advantage. Like if he's not at the right distance, if he's not at the right angle, it's easier for him to just get to where he wants to be. Footwork is not about running around a lot. Footwork is basically efficiency. How can you get to a good position in as little steps as possible? That's what efficient, good footwork is.
Zuhair is also operating at a very comfortable pace. Doesn't even look tired. He's picking his shots.
Yep, because he's being allowed to fight exactly the pace he wants. He's jogging basically. Like when you jog, right, you can jog for 5 km, but like when you ask you to sprint, right, 50 meters and you're dying.
I'm not sure if I can jog for that long.
Oh man, it looks like there's a bit of an injury. Yeah, probably pulled his bicep or throwing one of the more wilder hooks. Sometimes when you throw like a right hook and you don't turn your fist over, then you kind of run the risk of like hyperextending that muscle a little bit. I'm not sure if I'm using the correct terms, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
That's an unfortunate end to bout number 20. Has to be stopped as Zuhair.
Yeah. Or it might be a shoulder pop. Hard to tell from this angle, but very unfortunate.
A good showing though by Zuhair.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's very, very impressive. Very, very impressive performance for this fight as long as it lasted.
Well, we'll be right back after this break. All Legends Fight Sport is celebrating International Women's Day with a special promotion to all the ladies out there. Get 10 boxing group class sessions and 2 strength and conditioning personal training sessions at only $200. If you've ever needed one, here is your sign to join our ever-growing ladies boxing class led by national boxer Leona Hui, or get strong with our personal trainers at a very special rate. Download the Legends SG app, create an account and make a purchase under membership. Legends Fight Sport celebrates and honors all our ladies out there. Happy International Women's Day. Well, we're back here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We're down to our last 4 matchups as we begin to prepare for bout number 21. We will have Charles Hugh in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Heikel Go in the blue corner representing Refuel Academy.
Alright.
Aggressive start by Charles.
Nice, going to the body of Heikel. Yep. Both seem eager to, seize the initiative first, want to be the one first. Yep. Both a little bit unsure of the distance.
Filling up process is very important here.
Yeah, you need to basically get comfortable with, how close can I be without getting hit, and how close do I need to be for me to hit him. Quite nice from Charles, after defending the shot, sort of advancing and looking for his counter already.
His movement looks very comfortable right now.
Yep, using the sort of like elbow guard kind of thing. Yep. I like how he mixes it up as well. Body, hit, body. Heikel sort of responding with like pure aggression.
Which isn't the worst thing sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you cannot out-finesse somebody, out-pace them, out-muscle them, like do what you need to do to win. One of the cool things about boxing is that you don't necessarily need to be better in order to win. Although I suppose that's true for other sports as well. Like, you know, City can lose to Stoke on a rainy day. Looks like Heikel is just waiting for Charles to throw something and then he'll respond. I like how he's consistently walking him back when in the clinch also. Nice level change feint from Heikel.
Good body shot there.
Yeah. So the last cross sort of snapped his head back because his attention was diverted to the body. I like that Radin is giving them a chance to fight in the clinch for a little bit. You know, too often nowadays referees like break the minute, like call for a break the minute like the fighters touch up.
You see that often in amateur fights, especially.
Nice, very nice feint from Heikel. Fake the left on top and go to a left hook below. But you see, what Charles is doing is a bit different. He basically just throws a bunch of punches up there so that to raise Heikel's arms, and then he digs to the body.
And that is the end of round number 1 here in bout number 21. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4. You're watching the matchup between Charles Hu in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Heikel Go in the blue corner representing Refuel Academy. Still quite a close fight. Both fighters had their moments in that first round. Brian, what do you think both of them will need to do to get ahead in round number 2?
I would say they both need to they have their moments when they're on the initiative. Now it's just a matter of like seizing it.
Well, let's see if any of the two fighters can actually take up that opportunity in round number 2. And it's a dominance in this fight. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4, bout number 21, round 2. Charles having a lot of success with those body shots.
Yeah, and he's consistently doing it also, especially the right to the body. He'll jab up top and then throw a right hand to the body.
Heikel seems to have slowed down a bit here, not throwing anything significant.
Yeah, he's being more passive already. He's like kind of waiting for Charles to go and then he'll respond.
If you were in Heikel's corner right now, what would you ask him to do?
Basically jab his way in. Be first and jab his way in. If he has no idea, if you're not sure what combo to throw, just open him the jab first and then we see how it goes. Like if you throw a combo and it doesn't work, the opponent defends them all. Just throw the combo with a slightly different timing. Move the head punch to the body, move the body punch to the head. You don't need to know a lot to vary it up. Just 3 or 4 combinations, mix them up, cycle between them. Now he's kind of just waiting. I would want him to jab his way in and then, yeah, see? Nice right hand over there. Charles kind of made a bit of a mistake, like staying on the ropes that long. In general, you don't want to stay on the ropes that long because it cuts off one avenue of escape, which is stepping and leaning back.
Well, Heikel being more aggressive now.
Yep, that's exactly what he needs. Just take the initiative. Since Charles is letting himself get stuck on the ropes, take full advantage. Oh, nice job for Charles to sort of turn him around. Nice. Basically hold with one hand and punch with the other.
Is that allowed?
Yes, and as long as you're not holding the opponent's body, but you can sort of tie up his left arm. Like tie up his left arm and punch with your right.
Well, that seems to have woken Charles up a bit. He's looking to engage first now, after taking that punch to the face by Heikel. A lot of clinch work in this fight. We haven't seen that at all today. And that's the end of round number 2 here in bout number 21. The fight between Charles Hu in the red corner and Heikel Go in the blue corner. Brian, Heikel took some initiative there in the second round, and he got some success out of it.
Yep, he found better success when he decided to just go. In general, right, you always want to be the one to go first. Even if you're letting your opponent lead, right, it has to be deliberate. Meaning, like, I'm letting you lead so I can counter you.
At the same time, I think Charles ran out of ideas there in the second round. He wasn't engaging as much.
Yeah, a little bit, and he got himself like caught on the ropes a little bit too often. In general, you see some cool videos of people like Floyd Mayweather and stuff like on the ropes and doing cool stuff. In general, you don't want to do that, because it's just not a good place to be. It cuts off a lot of your defensive options.
Also, you're not Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, that's right. and you will notice that Mayweather doesn't do it against everybody. Usually he'll do it for like when the opponent's very, very tired and like has only a very limited skill set. Then he will know it's safe to do it, and okay, fine, let's do it.
Round 3, bout number 21. Charles Hu in the red corner and Heikel Go in the blue corner. Here we go. Heikel continuing that aggressive streak that he has. But Charles is replying here in the final round.
Yeah, but his shots are, there's less finesse already. He's just throwing and aiming less. Like there's no more, like earlier we mentioned the jab and then the right hand to the body. Kind of missing that now. Okay, you see, now he just throws right hand to the body without the setup.
That right hand to the body had a lot of success in the first round.
Yeah, but the thing is, to have that success, he had to set it up with the double jab up top first to bring Heikel's hands up. Now you see, just now when he threw that right hand to the body, he kind of just hit Heikel's elbow. Heikel is actually having more success when fighting inside, being more active. Very nice, the way he sort of, you see, he weave and cut the angle to pivot out. Now he's pressing Charles up against the ropes. Very nice.
Good straight right there.
And set up by that double jab. Like when people look for fight-ending shots like that, right? When when you see guys we've seen it a couple of times today when guys are tired towards the end of the round, they just want to look for that one big shot. The problem is that throwing one big shot will almost like certainly miss. For it to land, you have to do stuff like that.
You have to set it up with a feint or a jab, right?
Yep. Double jab first, and then the big right hand can come. But if you just keep on winging right hands, right, 9 or 10 of them are gonna miss.
Well, despite that landing that straight right, Charles does look more tired than Heikel right now.
Yep. So it's just a matter of who can use his energy better. Bit of a comeback story over here for Heikel. Although I'm not sure, I haven't been scoring it actively, but I'm not sure if he's done enough to win the whole thing. But the fights are not scored anyway. It's just about turning in a good performance.
Last rounds of the fight here. Both fighters will look to end this on an exclamation. And that's the end of bout number 21 here at Legend Sparring Invitational 4. You just watched Charles Hu in the red corner taking on Heikel Go in the blue corner. We'll be right back after the break. Well, welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We are getting ready. Bout number 22 between Alfam Jumadi in the red corner and Iliya Veslov in the blue corner of Elite Coach Sports Academy.
Nice to see Jumadi punishing that naked jab to the body. In general, you don't want to jab to the body totally naked, because it's like you put yourself in a risky position when you throw that punch.
Iliya has the height advantage here, but as we have seen so far today, that does not mean a winning trade. We've seen a lot of the shorter fighters getting the best of their opponents today.
Yep, that's right.
And Alfam will look to continue that streak here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4.
Yeah, Alfan looks pretty calm. Like just seeing what Iliya has for him. I would like Iliya's jab to be a bit snappier. Right now he's pushing it quite a bit. Also reaching a bit too much for my liking with that right hand. Like as a taller fighter, you really don't need to reach. Just punch normally. Oh, very nice sort of leaping hook from Alfam.
Well, that hook
Yep.
rattled
Yeah.
Iliya,
Like a leaping gazelle hook kind of thing.
but he wants to continue the fight. Great heart shown by him. Let's see how he recovers. Alfam now in the driving seat. He'll look to repeat that punch yet again. It must be really difficult for a fighter to recover after being wobbled like that.
Yeah, quite nice sportsmanship from Alfam actually, sort of giving him a few seconds to recover before getting into it.
Well, this is just a sparring invitational. Everybody's here to learn and also enjoy the friendly competition. Iliya seems to be a lot more stable now.
Yeah, he's not throwing very much, still kind of on his bicycle. I think he's taking the time to let the cobwebs clear. Although that kind of helped. That's one of the dangers also. Like if you want to recover but you just do nothing, people are gonna hit you more.
Alfam just taking his time also.
Yeah, and switching to southpaw.
Very smart fighter. And that's the end of round number 1 of the fight between Alfam Jumadi in the red corner and Iliya Veslov in the blue corner. Brian, that round was all about one punch, and that punch was landed by Alfam. How do you see Iliya coming back after this?
To be honest, like Alfam looks like he's relying on his defense and then just exploding with single shots like this. So I would say for Iliya, he sort of have to just take that initiative away. Basically just jab a lot. and he has to mix those jab up with a certain actual offense or even moving. So either you jab and then you attack, or you jab and you move. Sort of make it difficult for Alfam to sort of plan his counters.
Well, Iliya also has to shake off that wobbly punch that he received earlier in the first round and try to mount a comeback here in round number 2.
Yeah, one of the dangers of the long guard that Iliya is using is that it makes you susceptible to a punch over the top. So if you want to do that, you have to get ready for that punch to come. Get ready to defend that. I would like to see him kind of block the left hook also. He's pawing out with his right hand, but it is not intercepting the left hook. He's sort of like just letting Alfam throw it over the top with it. Yeah. He's pushing with his jab a lot also. I would like to see him just double it up. A bit snappier and just double it up. He's not really doing much of it other than just like pawing with his hand out.
Alfam going to the body there, he's switching things up. Iliya has to get active. He's being a bit too passive.
Yeah, I mean you can tell he's sort of struggling with the distance and like with what's open. So my advice would be to just again double up the jab. If one jab's not getting through, add some more, and then use that to open up other things. Even if your opponent defends both jabs, right, you're forcing him to defend those two and taking his attention away from other things. The last thing he should be doing is exchanging over here. It's kind of missing with his jabs quite a bit also. Against an opponent with good defense like that, sometimes you want to aim a bit like just above the chest, so that the head doesn't move as much. If you aim at the forehead, it's gonna move. Yeah, the right hand is fine, he just needs to set it up a bit more. Like you see, in positions like this, jab his way in. Now he has Alfam pressed up in a bad position, so just double jab and then cross.
Small delay in the fight. Seems like a technical gear problem. I think Iliya has started bleeding and needs to be cleaned up for a bit.
Yeah.
You are, of course, watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4. This is bout number 22. We have 25 lined up for you. 3 more to go right after this. Thank you so much for joining us for an afternoon of boxing live here from Legends Fight Sport Tampines in Singapore.
Yep. See, he's pushing with that jab a lot, and because of that, right, he's not in and out. So it makes it easy for Alfam to counter him.
Iliya's confidence seems to have grown a bit after landing a few punches in round 2.
Yeah, the problem is that he's just jabbing. So, I would like to see like that jab lead to other things. Yep, just like that. Needs way more of that. And that also. Yep. You see when he jabs with his left hand, he sort of lets his right hand like drop to his chest. Yeah, I kind of took a back step over there already.
And that's the end of round number 2 here in bout number 22. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4. The fight between Alfam Jamadi in the red corner and Iliya Vaslov in the blue corner. Brian, Iliya did recover quite well after getting shaken in the first round there. Towards the end of the round, we did see him throw a little bit more. But
he's still getting countered hard quite a few times.
But let's talk about Alfam right now. What has he been doing right?
Basically, he's aware of which openings Iliya is leaving for himself every time he attacks. So he's just countering in combination over those. Sometimes not even in combination, but just big single shots.
So pretty much the same thing in round 3 then from him.
For example, like Iliya lets his right side guard down a lot when he jabs, and his jabs isn't the fastest, so it makes for an easy left hook counter for Alfam.
Well, let's see if Iliya could mount out more of a challenge here in round 3. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4, bout number 22. Alfan Jabani in the red corner and Iliya Vaslov in the blue corner.
Yep. You see, well, as the shorter fighter, Iliya, Alfan keeps going for left hooks and right overhands over the top. He just like that.
And he's landing them.
Yep. To punish a lazy jab, that's what you do.
Body shots by Alfan. And that will be it for bout number 22. The referee has called a stop to the fight. Alfan Jabari in the red corner and Iliya Vaslov in the blue corner. Much respect between both fighters. They put out a good fight, but Alfan ultimately dominated that one. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We'll be right back after this break.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, 다들 하지 뻔한 이야기, her brain fried. My lady poppin' Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? 여기 나의 area, 여기 my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소신껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, Kelly에서 New York 구름 위로 hop on. Drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 무늬원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 짧은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, it don't cash flow.
Welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We're moving on with bout number 23 out of 25. In the red corner, we have Suti representing Legends Fight Sports. And in the blue corner, we have Ahmad bin Johani representing Refuel Academy. This is bout number 23 out of 25. We have 2 more after this, so do stick with us. And thank you so much for your support so far today. It's been a great afternoon of fights, wouldn't you say, Brian?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think my favorite so far, probably the tactical war between round 16, Li Kai and Situ.
Yes, and mine would be the war that was the first bout of the day between Radin and Andy Firman.
Yeah.
That was a great way to start off Legends Sparring Invitational 4. But we still got 3 more bouts coming up. They could be blockbusters. So bout number 23 between Suti of Legends Fight Sports in the red corner and Ahmad bin Johani of Refuel Academy in the blue corner gets underway.
Alright. In general, Suti is fairly mobile for a heavyweight. Like, as in he likes to move a lot, which is not not common in his weight class, which is why it's a good thing. Very nice. Transition from, defense to offense.
This bout is brought to you by Deep Cuts, the one-stop grooming den. Visit Deep Cuts.
You might get 8 counted, I think.
SG or follow deepcuts.singapore on Instagram for the ultimate grooming experience.
Yep. So you see, like, sort of snatching an early lead already. Notice very light on his feet. His weight is on his back foot actually, ready to move anytime. Yeah, it looks like we might be looking at 8 count soon. Haven't seen anything from Ahmad yet.
Oh, he took a straight right to the face, and you're right, Brian. Straight away, a standing 8 count for Ahmad. Of course, with heavyweights, we always talk about how just one punch could stop the fight. Such power in those hands that they have. And Suchi now just taking over.
Yep. He's not, again, he's not punching the hardest punches, but he's making sure to throw a long combo. Sort of like seize the initiative and keep the initiative. Ahmad just shelling up now. I think he's going to get 8 counted again pretty soon. Yeah, I would like to see Suti continue going to the body. Okay, that was a nice one. Uppercut to the body is one of my favorite punches.
And again,
the right uppercut, to be specific. Easy punch, easy to get, a lot of leverage into it. And it's not something people throw often. Yeah, and Susi needs to move, can't just stay here like this. It's in these like static exchanges that Ahmad, has a better chance.
punch to the back of the head there by Suchi.
Yeah, sometimes you want to get around the guard, so that ends up happening.
Forces another stoppage. These heavyweights going at a really high pace.
Yep, Susi needs to sort of straighten up those right hands. That will avoid the fouling problem, and it's probably also better for him to do that. Those right hands are a bit winging.
And that's the end of that's the end of the first round of bout number 23 here at Legend Sparring Invitational 4. You're watching the matchup between Suti of Legends Fight Sport in the red corner and Ahmad bin Johani in the blue corner of Refill Academy. Suti dominating the fight, but Ahmad is by no means out of it. He had a few moments in the ring there in the first round, wouldn't you say, Ryan?
Oh, yeah, that's right. When in the more static exchanges, then they both have a chance. Suti actually does his best work when he's moving around more.
So what do we want to see more here from Ahmad and also from Suti?
I'd say Ahmad needs to not chase him, just sort of slowly cut him off, give him less space to move around. That will force the exchanges that will make it better for him. And for Suti opposite, just needs to make sure that doesn't happen. Like, don't get into brawls. Just win with your jab. Just move and jab, move and jab.
Round number 2 now gets underway. You're watching bout number 23.
Yeah, I would like to see a bit more accuracy from Suti's punches also. He's kind of just winging them, and they're like hitting a lot of arms, a lot of glove. Yeah, you see like wide right hand.
Good counter by Suti.
Yep. Nice. See, it's much better when his right hand is straight like that. And when set up by a jab. A nice combination. I think he's gonna get 8 counter soon. Ahmad's not giving him anything. You see, in the static exchanges like this, right, is when Ahmad can hit Suti, so Suti needs to move a little bit. Just circle around, make him follow you, and while he's still adjusting, then you throw. What you want to do is pull him out of position, then punch him while he's out of position. When you punch people in position, it doesn't hurt as much, they're ready for it. See, that was good, because why? Ahmad was moving away, out of position momentarily, and then Suti hit him in the body with that. So the same punch hurts a lot more. Yep, I'd like to see Suti sort of like pull him into his punches a little bit more. Just move, force him to adjust, and then you go. See, because of the threat of the right hand, now Ahmad is like sort of reaching for it already. That will leave him open to like the wide right hook.
Come on, punch, come on. Throw your jabs, Ahmad. Yeah. Let's go.
Yep, Suti needs to move,
Good, Ahmad.
Spirited comeback there by Ahmad.
Yep, he's still trying, credit to him.
Slowly.
Yep, yeah. I would like to see Suti like throw that right hand straight.
Turning your back on your opponent, not a good habit there by Suchi.
Yeah, plus, technically you're kind of not allowed to because you're opening up the back of your head to shots. So it's like sort of inviting a foul. Yeah, you see when they're static like this, right, then it becomes a more even exchange. So Suchi needs to move. Move, make him adjust, pull him into your punches. When people use terms like pull him into your punches, this is what they mean. You move, you make the guy adjust to face you, and then you punch him while that happens. Suchi kind of just loading up a little bit, I think getting a bit too punch happy. Although,
Great effort by both these heavyweights. The action is not stopped here in round 2.
yeah, they're fighting at a pretty high pace for heavyweights.
So there goes round number 2 here and bout number 23 of Legends Sparring Invitational 4. You're watching the matchup between Suchi of Legends Fight Sports in the red corner and Ahmad bin Johani of Refuel Academy in the blue corner. Great effort put up by both the fighters. Suchi dominated the first round, but Ahmad still had some fight in him in the second round, which I think surprised quite a number of us.
Yep. Quite a bit of it, quite a lot of it looked like it was over already.
I would say it's all to play for in round number 3. Ahmad is by no means out of this. Even after that standing 8 count in the first round, Suchi seems to be losing
A bit of steam,
momentum.
yeah. He tends to be like, he's loading up a lot more, moving around a lot less.
This could be about survival. Round 3 underway.
In general, when the way to tell if people are tired is when they start moving around less, because that's the most tiring thing to do. Like, you don't really look for like, are they breathing hard or stuff like that. Like, once they start to move their feet less, that's when they're getting tired. So, a bit of a second win for Suti. Let's see how long that lasts.
Ahmad with good combination there. It landed.
Yep. I like that much better from Suti. Just jab and move, jab and move. I don't like this. Don't stay here. Don't turn your back away when somebody's punching you.
Ahmad turning on the pace here. The comeback continues from him. Seems to be the theme of the day, isn't it?
Yep.
And now a standing 8 count for Suchi. Great effort by Ahmad here.
Oh, and we've got another comeback. We're getting the fight stopped.
And the fight is stopped by Muhammad the Chosen One, Ridwan. You were witnessing bout number 23 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4. That match was between Suchi in the red corner and also Ahmad bin Johani in the blue corner. Classic gentleman haircuts and immaculately tailored suits. What more can you ask for? Head over to Deep Cuts for the ultimate grooming experience from head to toe. Deep Cuts, the one-stop grooming den. Visit deepcuts.sg or follow at deepcuts.singapore on Instagram. That's DEEPCUTS.Singapore for all your gentleman mix. Well, welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We are down to our second last fight of the afternoon. It's been a great afternoon of fights so far, and we'll continue with that with the last 2 fights. Bout number 24 is about to get underway, and we have Farzad Sorori in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Lincoln Chua in the blue corner.
Lincoln moving well, in and out. Yep, I like Farzad's offense also, very incremental but building. I like Lincoln's movement, but Farzad is like, gradually measuring him. Very nice. Like, no telegraph right hand. That's the kind of right hands that I wish Suti had been throwing.
Well, Lincoln seems unshaken by that. He's still moving quite well.
Yeah, he's like preemptive. He's like, predictive defense is pretty good. Although, it seems to have only a couple of layers. We'll see whether, that continues. One of the dangers of relying too much on head movement like this is that you will get caught. You can slip 4 punches, the 5th will hit you. You shouldn't rely on head movement and stay over there like that. Nice feint from Farzad to go in. Wish I had been a bit more connected. Yeah, Lincoln's a bit like, moving less and reaching more already. Trying to slip the jab and then throw a right-handed counter. One of the dangers of that is that, if you try to slip somebody's jab and then you counter with your right hand, right? But if they're throwing a 1-2, then you will move your head right back into the cross. So usually what you want to reserve your slip cross counter for is when, your opponent is at a distance where you know that their jab can touch you but their right hand cannot. Like sort of picking off lazy jabs from outside. That's when you do your slip cross counter. Otherwise, in general, in the pocket, it's a super risky thing to do. That's why at a high level, you actually don't see many people do it. See, just like that.
Lincoln's missing.
Yeah,
twice
he
in a
missed
row.
that counter twice already. That Farzad doing exactly what you should do in that kind of measuring battle. Just throw a non-committal jab first, see what happens. So that, if it lands, very good. If it misses, you're not up compromised.
Farzad's remaining really patient here in this first round.
Yeah, I think he's starting to take over already.
And there goes the round for there goes the bell for round number 1 here. Bout number 24 between Farzad Sorori in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Lincoln Chua in the blue corner. Brian, Farzad did a lot of things right in that round.
Yeah. Basically, he's not focusing too much on what exactly to throw, but more of just letting the fight happen and then seeing where he can pick his spots.
At the same time, Lincoln seems to need to work on a few things in the second round. What do you think he can do to improve?
His movement is really good at the starting, but then after that, I think maybe because of nerves or not having too much initial success, he's starting to move less and reach more. So I'd like to see a bit more in and out. He's the faster guy. I would like to see him use that speed.
Yeah, he seems to be the faster guy, but he's not the one landing most of his shots. Let's see if that can change in round number 2 of bout number 24 here at Legends Sparring Invitational 4.
Yep. Lincoln is very reliant on those single punch defenses, meaning you slip once and you counter, or you roll once then you counter. Which is fine, but the danger of that is combinations. Like those kind of counters, right? You need the opponent to throw only 1 punch. Yep, just like that, see? So what Farzad is doing is throwing combination. Farzad can afford to miss punches, whereas Lincoln cannot. Because of the way they are fighting. Oh! Very nice move, like uppercut to the body and then right hook to the head.
Lincoln's headgear popped off there. But I believe he is okay and he can continue. And we continue bout number 24 here. Farzad Sorori in red corner and Lincoln Chua in the blue corner.
You see, that's the other danger of head movement that Lincoln is doing. If you want to stand static and move your head a lot, then because of that your feet have to be planted, so your body is right there. You see, reaching a lot with that jab. He needs to step in a bit more. If your jab is too far away, just double it up. A jab is supposed to be non-committal. It's, the effort to throw 2 shouldn't be much more than the effort to throw 1.
And I think that's about it for bout number 24 here.
Yep. It would be the responsible thing to call the stoppage now.
Farzad catching Lincoln there with a really clean shot.
Yep, and very nice also, right hand to the body and right hand to the head. It's like same side combination.
Impressive from Farzad, considering Lincoln is quite a tricky opponent.
Yeah, I would say he's fast, but his defense is not layered. There's one layer, so like you just need to throw a combination to overcome that layer.
So you're watching Legend Sparring Invitational 4. We'll be right back with the last bout of the afternoon. Legends Fight Sport is celebrating International Women's Day with a special promotion to all the ladies out there. Get 10 boxing group class sessions and 2 strength and conditioning personal training sessions at only $200. If you've ever needed one, here is your sign to join our ever-growing ladies boxing class led by national boxer Leonard, or get stronger with our personal trainers at a very special rate. Download the Legends SG app, create an account, and make purchase under membership. Legends Fight Sport celebrates and honors all our ladies out there. Happy International Women's Day. Well, welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 4, and thank you all for staying with us as we go into the last fight of the afternoon. Bout number 25 will be between Chase Lim in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport and Chen Yao in the blue corner representing Refuel Academy. Once again, I would like to wish a very special thanks to all of you boxing fans out there who has been with us, not just today but throughout the whole Legends Sparring Invitational series as we continue to grow amateur boxing here in Singapore, led by Muhammad the Chosen One Ridwan and also Legends Fight Sports. It's been an interesting afternoon. We've seen a lot of good quality fights, wouldn't you say, Ryan?
Oh yeah, I especially like the fact that there were so many comebacks. Like lots of people who lost the first round went on to win their fight.
Well, let's see if another comeback is on the cards as we get ready to start the last and final bout. Bout number 25. We have Chase Lim in the red corner and Chen Yao in the blue corner.
Alright, final bout of the night. Let's, viewers, for the last time, let's just see, what kind of fighter each one is. Who likes to go forward, who likes to go backward, who thrives in the pocket, who is, better from fighting from outside. Right off the bat, I think we're starting to see that already. Nice right hand. He set it up by throwing to the body first on the same side and then throwing the right hand over the top later.
Chase using that snappy jab to open up other opportunities from him.
Yeah, he seems to be settling into his rhythm better than Chen Yao. Chen Yao is moving a lot. I think he needs to kind of jab his way in. I love that punch has been seen so much tonight, the digging right hook slash uppercut to the body.
To the body. A lot of body shots tonight.
Very nice. Chase cannot stay here though. He's looking to counter over there, but he shouldn't put his back on the ropes. You want to leave yourself space to back up if you need to. Going to that jab consistently also. Quite good showing from Chase already at the opening bell. Yep. He's using his faster reflexes to beat Chen Yao to the punch. But when he sticks around for the long combinations, that's when Chen Yao can sort of hit him back. So Chase needs to hit those 1-2 punches and then get up. Yep, just like that. If they miss, never mind, try again. Yeah, pretty good movement and feints on him. But that's good from Cheng Yao. Basically, double jab his way in, then that opens up the right hand.
That earned Chase's respect, but he's not backing down from it for sure.
Yeah, sort of not a great idea for Cheng Yao to like duck to his left over there, given that Chase has been looking for the right uppercut the whole time. Good movement from Chase as he punches. Like he punch step, like his hands and feet are very coordinated when he attacks like that. That's good. See Cheng Yao sort of able to push Chase back a little bit now. Yep. Nice right hand also. You see, that's why Chase cannot stay in the pocket like this.
Good first round there for Chase Lim in the red corner, as we call the end of round 1, bout number 25 here at Legend Sparring Invitational. Thank you once again for staying with us. Brian, impressive showing by Chase in the first round, but Cheng Yao had his moments also.
Yep, one of his nicest moments was basically just a 1-1-2. He thrives better in the pocket than Chase, so he just needs to double jab his way into the pocket and then start doing his work from there. Chase, on the other hand, needs to make sure that doesn't happen by basically beating him to the punch like on the initial exchange and then exiting.
Well, let's see if Chen can turn his fortunes around in the second round.
Oh yeah, we've seen so many comebacks already.
Well, round 2 is about to get underway. This is bout number 25. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4. This is our last bout of the afternoon. The evening, I should say. Chase again, starting strong.
Very nice pivot from Chase. Yep, very nice. See? Yep, so Cheng Yao just needs to respond in kind now. He cannot reach for the punches like this. Nice, short, nice inside right hook from Chase. See, although it's a bit careless when coming forward, then he ate that right hand from Cheng Yao. See, now in a pocket like this, right, Cheng Yao has the advantage, so Chase needs to move. He can beat him to the punch from outside like this, then he has to move. See, you do this, okay, then you get out. See, because he didn't get out in time, kind of got hit on the way there. Yeah, see, now Cheng Yao is sort of letting Chase dictate everything already. He just needs to initiate the brawl the minute Chase is in range. Like, don't need to wait for him to finish and then you start throwing. Just throw, when he's near enough, just throw.
He's hitting a lot of shots now.
Yeah, Cheng Yao's defense is a bit lacking.
I think he's feeling those shots from Chase.
Yeah, another short right hand from Chase. Although the sting is being taken off Chase's shots already. Probably a bit of fatigue setting in. Might be why he's not jabbing as much.
Oh, good. Straight, clean punch there by Chase. Chen has to be careful here. He might get a standing 8 count.
Yep. You see, he's waiting for Chase, that's why. He has to just go. Like, he's already beating you to the punch, so why bother to try and, fence with him like that? You see, now when they're neutral like this, that's when Cheng Yao should not wait for Chase and just throw, and that's when Chase should just get out. Yeah, nice straight to the body by Chase. And you see, that set that up. The straight to the body sets up the straight to the head.
And I think that's a recalling time on bout number 25. You're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 4. We'll be right back after this.
Ended with a bang.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, daughter had fun on Yagi, her brain fried. My lady papa Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? Yogi my area, yogi my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, just ain't you know, like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소신권을 믿고 I fly non-stop. Kelly에서 New York 구름 위로 hop on. Drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 무늬원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 짧은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, don't cash flow.
"25 fights done and dusted here at Legend Sparring Invitational 4. We've had a great afternoon and evening of fights. I'm joined now by Muhammad the Chosen One, Ridwan. Ridwan, you've seen all the fights, all 25 fights. Could you tell us which one has impressed you the most today?
To be honest, I'm not sure. It's quite almost all the fights are entertaining, especially I think in the beginning. There were some quite exciting fights, but I think since I just finished refereeing the last few fights, I think the big boys, Suti and Ahmad, it was really dramatic. The first two rounds I think went to Suti, and then the third round Ahmad just kept coming forward and then just showed his willpower. And Suti said, and he might be vomiting inside the ring, and I said I need to save the ring. So let's get it out. Get him out from there.
That's one thing that me and Brian has noticed over the course of today is that we've had a lot of comeback fights where fighters who struggled in the first round came back in the second and the third round to eventually be the more impressive fighter at the end. From your point of view, this is already the 4th Legend Sparring Invitational. How do you see it going in the future, and what benefits do you think a boxer can enjoy from joining your program?
I think one of the things they can enjoy is that there are almost a lot of participants from different gyms, so there's a variety. There's a variety of sparring partners for them to be going against. It's fun. It's a fun environment. It's live. It's recorded. So I mean, what's there not to like?
Okay, for anybody who is asking right now, I think the last fight there we saw Chase Lim knock out his opponent Chen Yao. Just an update, Chen Yao is actually awake. He's fine.
Yeah, he's awake. He's trying to prepare to order Grab food already. So
yes, and they shared a laugh before they left the ring. So everything is good here at Legends Fight Sport Tampines. I'm going to tell you what's even better to all our viewers out there. Rita, why don't you tell them when is the next Legends Sparring Invitational happening?
Okay, the next one's going to be on the 21st of May. I'm going to post it out maybe by tomorrow to open up applications. And as usual, they will just email me the fight record, the videos and stuff like that. I mean, I will explain it more in the caption for the post. You can just follow us on Instagram, Legends Fight Sport, or Facebook, and all the details are going to be there. And I think almost all the coaches are in contact with me, so they're pretty updated about what's going on. So I don't see any reason for them not to know.
Please remember that Legends Sparring Invitational is open to all members of the boxing community who wants to test themselves in the ring. Before we go off, we'd just like to thank all of you viewers yet again, and also to our sponsors, Personal Nutrition Solution and also Deep Cuts. Thank you so much for your support. We're going away right now, but we'll come back in 2 months' time. As Ridwan has said, May 21st is Legends Sparring Invitational 5. Thank you so much for joining us in this broadcast. We'll see you soon.